Hello, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and no, I lost it, but we're on the interwebs. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons. We're storytelling. It's a whole thing.
Professional.
Sorry, I was like fixing cams and stuff like that, and I totally lost my train of thought, and that was really cool. But yeah, we tell our stories through D&D for all of you. The only announcement I have for this evening is our good friend Jay is having his own internet problems, so it looks like he won't be joining us for this evening's session. Thankfully, he was here for like the big one last week. But there's who knows what's going to happen tonight. I mean, this could be another big one. I don't know. But yeah, he will be missing. So when Campion is needed, I will assume his form and use my gravelly gruff voice. But otherwise, I think that is all of our announcements tonight. So let's just jump right into tonight's session of Roll for Damage. Oh man, I'm flubbing it real hard tonight with my transition. Sorry guys, I don't know, my brain is not working, I guess. Okay, let's get some music in and then go from there. Maybe life will be better for me. All right. So, last we left off, the Shields of Twilight had spent quite a bit of time in the Izelian city of Zuma to handle a few pieces of business that they had in the area before deciding where they would head next, knowing that eventually they would have to make their way to Riverren as they needed to meet up with Lex there to check out one of the other ruins where the shackles of Tharizdun happened to be located, to make sure that nothing more sinister was happening. They spent some time helping the city. They spent some time helping Lex herself, and attempted to finish the favor for Aaron, although it not going quite the way that they had hoped. But finally, they were met by Fulton one morning, who told them that Lex was expecting them and to give a timeline because, things were a little interesting in Atril. The group told him another 4 days, and then took some time to research before heading towards the Arches of Erebor, the temple that Peri had been told by Melora was located somewhere south of the city, and that Fulton told Peri she would find if she was worthy, and that he thought that she would be successful. The group made their way through the jungle, eventually finding themselves within a mist-filled labyrinth in which they managed to navigate pretty successfully, finally making it to the center and being given a warning of what they might face through the fog. And as they stepped through, they ended up facing a large green dragon who seemed to be assessing them. And as the battle reached its zenith, Peregrine took a hold of her power and managed to, with the help of who she believes to be Corlin, win the fight when it seemed all was lost for her and her friends. And with the dragon conceding, the group, with her last bit of sort of wild magic, infusing the ground around them and bringing them back to consciousness, that figure faded away and the battle was concluded. And that is where we come back. You watch as the dragon stands up, gives a gentle bow, and flies up and out into the clouds above you, into the mist above you, no longer visible, as he sort of breaks that surface with this circular shape before the fog once again sort of settles into that gray. And as you guys are sort of getting yourselves up and regaining your faculties, you do notice that at the other end of this large forested area, there is sort of this misty, foggy gateway that looks similar to the ones that you have been passing through on the other side. So, Shields of Twilight, what would you like to do?
Well, one thing I would like to do is, before the dragon fully gets away, while Quinn's basically just on the ground looking up, and he wants to yell, "We'll have to do this again sometime. Oh God, my everything!" And then just get up and start checking on everybody, make sure people are still mostly alive.
Please don't further taunt or dragon Quinn.
That wasn't taunting. That was, if he wants to try and have another go at it, give us a few more months to try and get real swole, and then we can make a go of it. Round 2.
Oriana,
like a grudge match.
Oriana will kind of just stand up and then kind of just bow in the general direction of the dragon as it's leaving.
Okay, you do. It doesn't seem to really pay much attention to you after you heard that voice sort of tell it to concede.
She just respected that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That last minute
but yeah,
thing
you just watch it
fly
away and disappear into the mists.
Well, I kind of look at Peri, and I then look at you said there's one of those misty arches that we kind of
basically where the dragon was initially, way at the the back of sort of the area. In that direction, you see another sort of archway that has a finer mist than the graying mist that's all around the other area and above.
Peri is sort of standing, she keeps glancing down at her hands and out where the dragon went and toward that gate, and she's sort of barely standing, kind of wobbly, because she just got the fuck knocked out of her and she almost lost everyone. Everyone okay? Everyone still breathing?
I've been better, but yeah.
Breathing, yes. Okay. We'll have to wait until the morning to see that, I think.
It's not a trip on the beach, but yeah, still kicking.
I'll take
Anybody-
alive and breathing.
Anybody feel like they need anything? I can make 2 more people healthier if we need it right now.
I mean,
Otherwise, I'm spent.
I mean, a nap would be good.
I don't
Nap.
think we've got time for that business right now.
Fuck a nap. I'd like
Sorry.
to just go to bed. If there are beds when this is over.
Sorry, y'all, for all the things that happened.
You had no control of what was going on. You were
Still-
doing what you had to do.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's not your fault.
Hmm.
I think we handled that about as well as we could.
I don't like being the last one standing, y'all. This is twice now. Let's not go for 3.
I'm sure Sinra couldn't mind being the last one standing for once.
We'll try to not make it a habit,
No.
but
No one
promises.
be the last one standing.
We all try and tie for last.
Everybody stays standing. That's great. All
I like
right.
that plan.
Yeah,
Nowhere
I'm
to
fine
go
with
but
tying for
forward.
last place. Let's do it.
The only way to go is forward. That's what the bird said.
All right. Well, lead on.
Sounds like a smart bird.
And I will adjust myself and kind of wipe some blood off my face. Here we go. And I will start making my way toward that finer mist.
All right. So you all begin walking, Peregrine leading towards this finer mist. And as you step through it, again, initially it's the same way it's felt when you've been stepping through each of sort of the areas within the labyrinth. But once you get about 15, 20 feet in, you feel sort of this tugging sensation. And as you like sort of step one more foot forward, you watch as the mist sort of disperses. And stepping through the fog, you find yourselves in front of a large ziggurat with stairs leading up towards an archway.
Wow. That's a lot of stairs.
In-
But having faced
stairs.
a dragon, I think we can handle stairs.
They do seem like much less significant of an enemy to face at this point, yes.
You say that, but ow.
I mean, it hurts to move.
See, thank you. At
I
least-
understand. But
Uh,
the end is just up ahead, I think.
Well then, come on, let's all go fight our greatest enemy of all right now.
There's
Gravity.
not a door here.
That's- Okay, fine. Not our nemesis for all time, the mighty door, but just the
Stairs.
force of gravity,
Uh,
not letting us just float the hell over there.
All right.
All
I
right.
will start leading the way up the stairs.
All right.
Mhm.
Follow
As
right
you
behind her.
as you make your way up the stairs, you watch as on either side of these stairs, these runes on either side of you flare up and light up bright blue, as though there's magic infusing them, as your presence is sort of detected, approaching upon this sacred place. You eventually reach the top and step through the archway, and the world shifts for you. And it's a strange feeling. And as it does, instead of being within some sort of building, you look, and above you is a brilliant, starry sky, as though you've stepped into a completely different place. And you take a moment to get your bearings. And you just see sort of this wide-topped stone sort of platform that sort of looks out over all of the area around it. And ahead of you, at the other side, with his back facing you, staring out into the sky, is a male figure with blonde hair. And as you begin to sort of step closer, he turns his gaze upon all of you and nods. And Peri, you recognize this to be the same man you met during that vision in Avonhurst. This is Corlin.
I give a very deep bow.
Hello and welcome, young adventurers. I am Corlin, the father of elves and magic. It is a pleasure. He bows.
I return that.
Yeah, I'll give a bow back.
Let's do
Probably
it.
not as deep, but still.
You did well in the trial. You managed to make it through the labyrinth. And while you are here in the arches, you are welcome, and there is respite and safety for you here. You need not worry that anything will harm you. Well, you are under my protection.
Thank you.
I know why you are here, Peregrine. But before we conduct our business, I would like to offer the rest of you an opportunity to entreat with me any questions that I can answer for you.
All right.
Actually,
He simply stands there and folds his hands sort of behind his back, sort of military style, and kind of like watches all of you, waiting for
yeah.
anything.
Actually, I might have something.
Of course, if I can give you an answer, I will.
Now I'm torn because I have two things I could ask about. One for Quinn personally, and one for just in general.
Well, he never said you only get a certain number of
One,
questions.
Yeah.
That's
Ask
true.
away, dude.
That's true. I just don't want to get greedy. I'm trying to be polite and respectful.
Character growth.
I was told a rather interesting story about something that happened to me when I was very, very young. That my mother essentially was able to, by sheer force of will and stubbornness, which is exactly the kind of person she is, get miraculous healing out of a god for me. And essentially, I don't know how often you and the rest of the Divine speak, but everyone I've ever known, or well, most people I've ever known, are currently having their souls tortured
Yes,
in the Shadowlands.
I do know.
Oh, good. I acquired some of the water of life. I had to use that on a friend,
Yes.
and I now know what that would have done to help to buy me time to free them. I didn't know if maybe you could point me in the right direction, because I was told there would be other chances, other options, like divine intervention of sorts.
I believe my daughter has given you a path to take, has she not?
She has. I like to use any opportunity I can to check in, see if there's any more information I can get. You know.
I will tell you this. While the arcane can be a help for many things, to deal with the corruption of what happened in the Blooming Isles, requires divine intervention. Magic
Right.
of a divine nature.
I kind of suspected as much, but, doesn't hurt to ask.
The corruption that is there is something that we've tried to keep at bay and have done, well, not a perfect job. One that has prevented it from taking over the realm entirely. However, with what is happening currently, our attention has been pulled elsewhere. And for that, Quinn, I am apologetic. I am sorry that we were unable to stop what happened to your village.
I appreciate that, but I don't hold anyone to blame for this outside of whatever the hell's in the middle of the Shadowlands. That is what took my people away.
The problem
That
is
is what
there's
I mean to
not
get rid of.
something. It's not an entity. It's not like what you're used to fighting, where you can point at something and know exactly what it is. It's the nature of loss and grief and suffering. It is inherent in every creature in this realm. And it was one man's folly, I suppose, to believe that his grief was worth more than anyone else's. A long time ago, he was led astray, and for that, many have suffered. The problem is it's been many, many centuries, years, and that power has grown and grown. I am unsure of exactly how it can all be cleansed. The water that Melora gave you would have given you a moment to tear through that veil and pull back the people that you've lost. Your best bet is to try to find something that could do similar, rather than trying to end all of that suffering. I mean, you're welcome to shoot for the moon. I just don't have an answer for that. I think the path that Melora has you on is the right one. I think you will find an answer. I don't think it's going to undo everything that you've suffered through, but hopefully it gives you some closure and peace.
I suppose that's all I can really hope for. But well, I mean, I guess it is what it is there, right? I mean,
It is out of my domain and area of expertise. And like I said, we are all kept a bit busy, keeping our attentions and abilities elsewhere at the moment, but we can at least point you in the right direction, and I think that is it.
all right. And I appreciate at least being told I was going the right way. Only other thing that you might actually know.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was in this library, right?
Right.
And I found this weird ass poem. Then something started trying to talk to me that wasn't there, and then the said poem was gone. So, short version: you ever heard of somebody named Father Limick? I never know if I'm saying it right.
Father Limick, yeah.
Okay. You ever heard of someone named Father Limick?
I have.
All right. Well, first question: on a scale of 1 to 10, exactly how fucked are we in if we have his attention?
I don't think you have his attention.
Well, that's good to know.
I think you have the attention of the Herald. You've met this individual, I believe.
Oh dear.
Yeah, dark hair, pale skin, carries a bident.
That would be the individual, yes.
Oh shit.
And my guess is that they are preparing. If everything goes to their plan, Father Limick will be more than a poem. And if you want a scale of 1 to 10, it would be 10. Very bad.
Right.
So let's try to prevent that being a problem.
Right. So the father and God of Darkness are sort of one and the same. Well, that's
Not one in the same, but connected.
What does this have to do with the binding? That was what I was wanting. Or the crystal prison. Is this what
That
the
I
Herald
am
was
not.
referring to?
I don't know what you're talking about there.
About the crystal prison. I think that's just.
I am just going to let Jay in. He apparently has his power back. So, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just going to put us on our other screen so that I can make this happen without breaking everything.
hooray. It's
Yay,
Jay.
Jay.
Jay, hey. Just give me a second. I'm just fixing the cameras.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, it took me a minute. I'm currently operating on a very long extension cord.
That is okay. Just don't have an electrical fire, please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not again.
Not again.
All right. We're
Once a
gonna bring
week
it back
That
is
was
in,
Wednesday's
guys.
problem.
Okay.
Okay.
So, you get this information from Corlin.
Mhm.
Anything else?
Well,
I did want to ask about If you knew anything about, geez, I really just had it in front of my face. The Order of the Undying King. Figure out some information about them being linked to Vecna.
Yes, they are his cult.
Right. And
They haven't been seen in quite a
Quite
few
some time.
years, but apparently are back again.
right.
That means he's planning something. I do not know what. He is a very intelligent and sneaky individual when he wants to be.
Right.
And I don't think he's the one who's operating pulling all of the strings. He is one of the puppet masters, but probably has a little bit of help.
Right. Okay.
So, unrelated to why I'm here, we've come across something called the Mother that corrupted nature herself, and also something that was causing this uncontrollable rage. Could those be tied in with this Father Limerick thing that Quinn saw? And this Herald that's been basically stalking us?
The end signs are upon us once more.
Eep. Okay. So
That's
let's.
all I can say. Again, if we can prevent Tharizdun from being unsealed, we can probably lay to rest many of these things, but if we cannot,
Right.
then
So,
that will be a
Agency's
different
taking
conversation.
advantage of the chaos that's more likely to assume then.
I mean, he is the god of darkness and death, and is, in his very nature, chaotic and mad. So the madness that you are seeing and feeling and hearing, yes, very much connected.
Right. Okay. So that was what I was afraid of
Mhm.
and sort of guessed.
Well, while we're talking about this whole thing, speaking of Tharizdun and his herald, we were told that a friend of ours that we lost, since he had died while being marked, by Tharizdun, was essentially being gnawed upon and tortured
Yes.
by Tharizdun himself. I'm not asking whether or not it's true, because I've seen enough to know. Can we stop that? Is there any way we can get him away? Free his soul from that, as no one... Dobby may have been a shit, but he was our shit.
And we loved him.
How much time? It may be, unfortunately, too late.
Well,
Just kind of looking at Quinn.
There is no such thing as being too late when someone is a chew toy for a dark god.
It depends.
Deep breath.
It depends on what state his soul is in and whether he's given in to the madness and the chaos and the Ender and all of
Right.
I understand. I
all
need
the
to know.
things. If he has, it would be very difficult. There's potential, but first things first, you need to ensure Tharsden stays sealed, and then find a way to remove the mark. Right now, I think your friend, important, yes, but you're no good to your friend if you end up in the same state that he's in.
Right.
I get that. I just need to know if there's a way that we can put him to rest.
Put him to
Hope.
rest, potentially, yes.
Just get
A
his
little
soul away from whatever's happening to him.
But
As far as
again,
whether or not he can ever walk around alive again, that's
Trying
over
to,
my
he
over
will
my
not
head.
walk around alive again.
I only need to know
Well,
if his soul can be freed. I need to know if that can
similar
happen.
to what you're trying to do for your village. There would need to be something similar done for souls taken by Tharsden, and this is something that you would like to know as well, I'm sure, Peregrine, because the same thing is happening to your people.
Harry just stops wide-eyed.
But this is a conversation that we will have.
Uh-huh. 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 Mhm.
I have another question concerning the heading to the Shadowlands. Quinn's sister has said that I would have a more especially dramatic problem going there.
Yes, you'd be consumed and become one of their enforcers without protection.
Right.
Yeah, essentially that's what we were told happened to all of us.
It would be
it's-
instantaneous for your friend here. Depending on your strength of will, you might be able to last a short while. But again,
Okay.
I believe that Melora gave you
No, she did.
an option.
Okay,
Making
so
it.
doing that would also rectify.
Protect you,
for me.
yes.
Okay.
You may have some noticeable quirks within those mists, but it will protect you. It just affects the fallen much more than anyone else because of the very nature of how the fallen came to be. The negative energies created through the corruption affect you much more than anyone else. Which is the same reason why Quinn's sister, given her nature, is protected. The sun-touched came to be.
This question might be a bit presumptuous, so I would understand if you can't or are unwilling to answer, but I recently learned that it may be possible for me to move myself and my friends across great distances through circles. Would you be able to tell me how to draw some of them?
Oriana. All of your friends have asked me questions to save others
I
or this
understand.
world, and you ask for a gift for yourself.
It's not for myself.
Oh, but
I
it
want
is.
to. Yes, it is for myself. But it is not purely selfish.
I understand where you are coming from. Believe me, I do. But I do
I
not
understand.
have a circle here. You cannot transport to and from here on a whim. There are protections in place for that.
I understand.
You will find them as you go out into the world. And if you are meant to get them as a gift, you will be given them.
Just steer more towards that train of thought. Don't exactly have the best, let's say, history as far as understanding or accepting the arcane, but yet our people, my people where I'm from, have no quarrel with divine magics. What makes
Different.
arcane different than, say, someone like Quinn who pulls magic from a god?
I think all of them, actually.
Well, regardless of that.
Right.
The difference
Sorry,
is
just
that arcane can be chaotic, and untrained can wreak a lot of havoc. And
I mean, by
there
that
are a lot
logic,
of ways to access the arcane even without study or understanding. The arcane almost destroyed the world once, caused many a death, and was vied for as a powerful source of subjugating nations. So while that was not what I intended when I created the weave, I do not agree with much of how Veladon subverts the nature of the arcane. Fear drives us to do things that we would never think we were ever capable of. Now, Peregrine,
Yes, sir.
would you kindly join me? I'd like to
Yeah.
take a journey with you.
Mm-hmm.
He holds out his hand, and then you watch him swipe his hand to the side, and all of you see that within this sort of space, you see sort of these like floating sort of like hammocks and like desks and things like that are set up for you to kind of rest yourselves and find a place. You see a table with like a feast is sort of like laid out for you, and you are given a chance to kind of rest. You do see these like spectral figures kind of like floating around, sort of tending to the various areas, making sure that they're comfortable, tending to the food. Please make yourselves comfortable, enjoy, and rest your weary bones for a while. If there is anything specific that you need that is within reason, in terms of food or accommodations, you may ask for it, and it will be provided. And then he continues to hold his hand out for you, Peregrine.
Yep, I join him.
Right. As you guys watch Peregrine step forward, you take Corlin's hand, and you feel yourself being lifted, and you all watch as Corlin and Peregrine lift and then eventually just flash out of existence. And in that moment, Peri, you sort of blink your eyes after the sort of initial lift, and you watch as now you are looking around in the stars and space above Aotania, floating in the stratosphere. A horizon of stars glitters around you, and you see the land masses and oceans below that make up your native realm.
Wow.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Very.
You turn to Corlin and you see him gazing below. To think that something as vast as the universe beyond this one realm could be as gorgeous as it is deadly. But then most things are. Everything in existence has a dual nature to it. With life comes death. With creation, destruction. There is an anti for every pro. Do you know why I created and gave magic to this place?
To be honest, I don't. I don't know much at all. I mean, you know where I'm from.
I hate limits. I know that it has the potential to allow mortals to surpass us. It can be used against us, as is the nature of everything. But we created this place to watch that potential flourish and grow. Maybe someday allowing us to move on. We didn't create to suppress and control. Yet, that is why we face what we do. Which brings us back to you and your ilk.
Yeah.
You've come seeking answers to your questions you don't even know to ask.
Yeah.
I will help you as much as I can, but I will not give you the whole answer.
I
That is
understand.
why you live as you do, and why you must continue to pursue more of the whole truth. So why your people? Well,
Did
I don't know
that
what
play?
was. Yeah, it did.
Wow.
A tab just opened randomly on my computer, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Wow.
That's fun.
Sorry about that.
The disco
Sorry about
started.
that.
That's okay.
Orlon was going to play some tight music
I
while
don't
he
know
got
why.
into the backstory. Like, hold on, let me set the mood.
I was on the Zoom screen, and then all of a sudden, Chrome's like, "Hey, you opened a tab," and I'm like, "What? Oh God!"
He's gonna sing everything he knows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is
Sorry
turned into a
about that.
Disney movie.
That's okay, that's
Brace
okay.
yourselves.
All right. So he
Mhm.
says, so why your people? Well, there are many answers to that. You learned from my daughter that their isolation made them prime targets. This is true, but not the entire picture. Yes, your people are isolated, but so are many peoples of the world. However, not many peoples are completely void of arcane influence. That is where the crux of this issue comes about. You see, Tharsden is neither divine nor natural. This is why Melora cannot help your people. None of us really can. Not in the way that you'd expect. So there are a couple of ways to truly save your people. They are not mutually exclusive, but one will guarantee their safety and the other is more fraught with danger, will take more time and is much more difficult. Though the natural and divine do not have the ability to undo or prevent Tharsden's dark magics, the arcane is different. This is where your options come in. Had you been able to cultivate your arcane abilities since you were young, you would be close to being able to learn the ritual needed to help your people.
Right.
Unfortunately, you've had it unknowingly suppressed by the forest all of your life, and only since you have left have you started to see the power you carry within.
Huh.
Still, it is never too late to learn. And with my help, you can grow and learn faster than if you had to learn on your own.
Right.
Corlin takes your hand and pulls you down into the realm below, and quickly everything flashes by you, and you're above your village. People milling about, trying their best to keep their way of life going amidst all of the chaos that's happening. You see some healing the sick, others hunting, building, gathering. And you watch as, again, you're fast focused, and your view goes into the healing hut. And you see your father tending some of the people who are unwell as best as he can. Every soul taken by Tharsden is another added to his growing army and used to increase his power. We try to stop his siphoning as best we can, and over the many aeons, we have prevented him from being free. But now, he is called upon forces beyond this realm. The seeds are planted, and he tears at his chains, ready to swallow everything. What I can teach you will not be easy to learn, and it will still take time, but it can protect your people. However, you must decide if you wish to start the journey now, or continue as you have been. I will warn you, you are close to the point of no return. Time is not on your side.
I understand.
He points to your father as you watch him cough heavily for a moment.
No.
The sickness grows and Tharsden devours. Should you learn now, you can perhaps save him. Still, I told you there were other options. If you choose to forgo my gift, then you could maybe find someone out there that could find the knowledge to protect your people. It's possible. It will be a journey, and you will have to search for both the arcane knowledge and someone with the ability to wield it, but it is a possibility. And then the last option is to cleanse this realm of Tharsden completely. You would have to deal with all of the power and aid he calls upon and confront him to stop him. But that will take time, effort, and holds no guarantees, though the outcome would be positive for all of the realm. Should you choose to find a way to cleanse your people with the arcane, whether learned on your own or through research and outside help, know that a part of the requirement is to lead your people from that forest. Nothing can save them while they live within its area of influence. Nothing except, like I said, cleansing Tharsden completely. Which may take more time than you have. I can't be sure. I do not know. And that would be a monumental task, which you would need more than just yourselves to. It is ultimately up to you to decide which path suits you and what trajectory you can see yourself taking on this journey. And I don't expect that you make this decision lightly. So you have time. Rest, recover, and search within yourself. Take the evening with your friends. Speak with them if you need. But before you leave my temple, let me know if you wish to learn, or if you shall continue on as you have. Either way, your path is yours to walk.
I understand.
And I wish you luck on your journey. Is there anything else? You are like shunted back to the stars overlooking Iotania again.
My eyes just continue to like zoom toward where I think home is.
It's okay. I know it's a lot of information to process all at once. So I will take you back and let you have some time to think, to ponder. And if you have any more questions for me in the morning, you are welcome to ask them.
Thank you.
Of course. He takes your hand once more, and you feel that flash. And you all, as the rest of you are kind of getting yourselves ready to get more comfortable, you've been kind of, maybe taking your armor off, bandaging your wounds, maybe having a few things to eat or drink. You do see in that same place, in a flash of sort of bluish light, Corlin and Peregrine shunt back into existence and float back down to the floor as he releases your hand, bows to you, Peregrine, and kind of stands there to let you return to your group.
I give a deep bow, and then I sort of shakily begin to walk back to my group.
And he just turns to the rest of you once more and he says, I will be back in the morning to hear your decision, Peregrine.
Yes, sir.
And if there's anything else I can do for the rest of you, I will answer any other questions then. Please rest, eat what you need. You are, like I said, safe here for now.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Your hospitality is very much appreciated, yes.
Of course. It's the least I can do. And he bows once more, and in that flash of blue light, shuts out of existence.
I would like to walk over to Peri since she's obviously, a bit shaky,
Distressed?
she says.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just sort of walk over, just put a hand on her shoulder, like, yep, are you okay?
No.
Right?
God's honest truth, I'm not. Not at all.
Right? Ask a stupid question. Can we do anything?
I'm gonna come over with like a drink in my hand. Just come on, let's just sit down, take a drink, breathe for a second, calm ourselves down, and then we can get to it if you want to.
I'll let myself be led to sit down somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, you guys
Get something
sit
to
in one of,
drink.
you help Peri sit in one of the seats and place the drink in
Yeah.
front of her and kind of sit on either side of her to
Yeah, I guide her to
comfort.
like the best chair.
They're all the same, but you probably guide her to the closest chair because she's quite shaky at this point, and kind of
Yes.
settle her down, and then you the two of you kind of take a position on either of her sides to give her some support and comfort.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I have done, every step I have taken since I left the forest has been leading me here.
Yeah, and you made it. That's good news, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So at least we have that.
Hey, Paul, you remember that time I said that I was real worried about, borrowing stand-in for Moriana because I was afraid if I called, I'd find out someone from my direct family was sick?
Oh shit.
How bad is it?
I think Papa is not well. It's spreading. It's getting worse. And every one of them who dies is taken.
Taken as in
Toby.
well, fuck that.
They are isolated. And they are one of the few places where the arcane does not touch. And that makes them an excellent target for something So unnatural.
I can relate.
What do you need from us? What do you need us to do?
Yeah.
Anything you need from us, we can.
Yeah, what do we do?
It's not y'all. It's me. I have to make a choice.
All right.
I have to decide.
Can we help in any way?
This isn't a path I have to decide for myself.
I know.
I have...
Sometimes talking it out, though. Even just listen to yourself say what you're thinking.
I either have to find someone who can perform a ritual, or I have to learn to do it myself, or I have to face the Dude myself.
Well, that part you wouldn't be alone.
Yeah, but it would take more than y'all. Probably more than Lux Eterna.
So we get more. If that's what has to be done...
I've been offered a gift. I've been offered an opportunity to learn faster than I would otherwise.
Okay, well, how do you feel about that?
I didn't leave home not to have an answer. I didn't leave home to leave it to someone else to fix my problems, to fix their problems.
Right. So
I can keep doing what I've always done, keep being who I've always been, or I can learn and I can grow and I can be more.
Right.
I did not come this far to be the same girl who basically ran away from home. But come what may, I have to go back to that forest and I have to lead those people out. All of them. They cannot be saved if they live there. And I think that's what scares me the most. Because I stood before that council of elders and told them the answers weren't in the forest. And they told me I was a fool.
Right, so all you have to do to prove them wrong is come back with an answer. Showing who the fools really were.
It's not that simple.
Isn't it?
Centuries of tradition, of beliefs, of a decision to hide.
Things like that can get thrown out pretty quick when bodies start to fall. If there's a solution that can save people, if you bring hope, I mean, this council may be in charge of, the governance of your people, but that doesn't mean they speak for every single person.
I know.
Well, you've even said before your brother was different amongst your people, so you start with him and one person to your side, and it's a domino effect. One person will get another, and it's just a matter of starting somewhere.
It's a fair point. Plus, I mean, if you need somewhere for your people to go, I happen to know of some mostly vacant beachfront property.
A good leader is not a good leader because they make the right decision all the time. They're a good leader because they inspire those around them to follow them.
Yeah.
What you want to do is enact a change.
Right.
Sounds like to me they just want to keep everything the same. Keeping everything the same is not making a choice.
I mean, little do they know they're getting their change one way or another.
Exactly.
Right. By sticking to the tradition they've done forever, they get to stay where they are and become wheat for a divine mill. But by leaving, they have a chance to actually live and thrive. Change comes one way or another. Just means which is more acceptable to them, I suppose. And honestly, just saying it out loud, option 2 sounds pretty fucking good.
It's a question of if they believe me, for one thing.
Right, of course, but you come back with proof, you come back with help, with a solution. That's what you're saying. You can do that. And if you come back with all that at your side, plus, I mean, we've spoken to literal gods. Maybe we could beseech one to just sort of validate exactly what you're saying.
I do believe this is one of those things where I need to do it on my own. I need to do what needs to be done without asking for divine intervention.
It's fair.
Well, I mean, doing something without the help of gods is not the same as doing something on your own. I mean, there's no fault in doing something as a part of a group. There's no fault in championing someone, even one person, to your cause to help.
No, I understand. That's what I mean. I have to make a decision. I have to think this through.
It sounds to me like you have a decision in mind. You're just aware of the consequences of that decision.
Yeah. It's something I can relate to a bit, seeing as how I, had that career change recently. I mean, just because you start a journey one way doesn't mean you have to finish it the same way.
I know.
You do whatever is best for you. I had my reservations at first with what I did, but honestly, I'm doing far better than I ever imagined. So you have to make the choice of who are you. We can support whatever choice you make, but
I know.
you are the one who has to say who you are, and that's what this is. You're deciding on who you are as a person. Whatever it is you decide, we are behind you.
I'm gonna,
And I appreciate it.
I'm gonna walk over to Peri and just kind of take her hands.
Mm-hmm.
You are one of the wisest, smartest, amazing people I know, Peregrine. Whatever decision you make, I know you'll make the right one. And I'll just kind of hug her.
I'll hug her back. He does a lot. And I know that I say things are a lot.
This is a true statement.
This is a lot. This is your clan. This is your family.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I think you say it's more than I whisper deadly whispers to our enemies.
But in this case, I think it holds a lot of weight.
Right. This time, a lot is indeed a lot. I would say honestly, I'd say you're underplaying it a little bit. This is more than a lot. This, I believe the correct term would be this is a fuck ton.
So, in other words, the a lot is a lot?
Yeah.
Go sit in the corner.
It is the first time I have felt the weight of the choice I made the day I left. The true weight of it all.
Well, every choice has weight. Depends on when you feel it. Yours is just catching up to you now, but you've been carrying it this whole time. You just didn't notice. Point is, whatever it is you're going to do, even if it's you decide you want to just go find Tharizdun and slap him right in his fucking face, if he even has one, which I'm not sure about because we've never even seen a picture of him, but whatever face-like area he has, if slapping is what that face needs, then slap it we shall. Just know we're behind you.
I know.
No matter what.
I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna go and meditate and see where that takes me.
Right.
I'm gonna get up and find a quiet corner and sit down.
Very
and
easy
meditate.
to do. You go and find.
When she finds her corner, I'm gonna go over to like the feast area and just get like a drink and like a.
You are there, like that's
plate
where
of
the table
stuff.
was, so you're right there already.
So I'm just gonna grab these things, just like basically just a plate of like finger food snacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take the drink and the plate of food, and just when she settles in, just gonna very quietly put those adjacent to her.
Yep.
And then walk away.
Okay, easily enough. She has something nourishing to eat in the evening while she's kind of thinking through her choices.
Yes, and I appreciate it. I will be right back, Jill.
That's fine. What do the rest of you do, or is there anything specific that you would do during this evening?
Oriana just kind of grabs a quick meal and then heads over to the hammocks and lies down.
Okay, so you're going to sleep.
Yeah.
And remember, this is your third day. So after you rest for this evening, you will have that one more day left before you said that you would meet with Lex. So just letting you know. But yeah, okay. So Oriana's lying down. Peri's meditating. Anything for the rest of you?
I mean, I would just get out of the armor, find a place, just pile up all my heavy metal stuff.
Mm-hmm. Easily enough.
And just grab some food, relax, and just sort of be keeping an eye on Peri, just in general, like stay, well far back so that she, has all the space and time she needs. But in the event of some sort of emotionally based catastrophic surge of magic or just
you're
vanilla panic attack, I would want to be able to intervene.
Okay. All right. So you're relaxing and keeping an eye on her until either she falls asleep or you go to sleep or whatever.
Pretty much.
Got it. Okay.
Campion is remaking Greybone.
Okay.
I'm gonna help with the Greybone thing because yeah.
Okay. So just keep yourself busy. No problem. So you guys are kind of tinkering away and focused on making Greybone before you head to sleep. Baltaim, anything?
I'm gonna lay in my hammock and just sort of start reading the Down Under Dream, read my dirty book for a little bit before I go to sleep.
You start the book, and the beginning is already quite steamy.
Ooh, interesting.
Very titillating.
It starts in a very interesting way.
How much bodice stripping has happened thus far?
Wouldn't you like to know? You'll have to read it.
You'll have to actually
But yeah, it starts off quite steamy and then kind of like slows a little bit and gets into like kind of introducing the characters, but not like super heavily, and then starts to get into more kind of like action.
All right. It's perfect.
One of those in media res.
Yeah.
Books.
All right. So y'all eventually find yourselves to sleep. I will ask Laura when she gets back if there's anything specific that Peri would do. But with this evening's rest, you all are level 9.
Oh,
So I need
fuck
y'all
yes.
to roll some HP for me, please. So let's start with Quinn.
Yes, ma'am.
So I assume taking another level in Paladin, correct?
Oh yeah, I'm riding this train all the way to the end.
All right.
All right.
Level 9.
So yes, here we go. Ooh, I got
right.
6 more.
6 more HP. So I think you put in D&D Beyond the rolled HP 3. That's what you got.
Yes.
Just add another 3 to the rolled HP. All right.
Yes, I will do so.
Beltane.
All right. I'm going Warlock.
Of course. Cool.
8. Well, 5.
Nice.
5.
All right. So 5 more to your rolled total. Campion, you're next. All right. So you rolled a 2. 2 more.
Is it a D4?
It's
on-
not a D4. You rolled wrong. Can you please change your hit dice to I think a D8 for
Yeah, it
artificers?
should be D8.
So re-roll again.
There we
There
go.
you go.
There you
Better.
go.
5. All right. So add 5 to your rolled HP. Cynric, taking another level in
Alright.
Barb.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Well, it's a 13.
8.
Damn,
Nice.
son.
Okay, yeah, I'll take
So yeah,
that.
roll. Add 8 to your rolled HP when you go into D&D Beyond. And then Oriana, you're taking another level on Bard.
Yep.
All right.
That's
add
a 3.
Yeah, 3 to your rolled HP.
Ugh.
Go ahead and update your sheets. Peregrine. I finished the night out for everyone else, but is there anything specific you would do while you're meditating?
No, Peri would meditate on the decision.
Okay.
Then she would open up the new sketchbook. And on the very first page, she would begin sketching a family portrait.
Okay. Go ahead and take level 9
Okay.
as you find yourself to sleep, having a restless sleep. Not because of bad dreams or anything, just the decision weighing on you.
Yeah.
And what are you taking your level 9 in?
I am taking a level in sorcerer.
All right.
E-
So I believe at first level you take your origin.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to take wild right now.
Okay.
As it's,
What I thought.
Go ahead and roll your d6.
Oh boy, a whole d6. So I'm just gonna do it this way since it's not on my sheet yet.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so
Okay.
5. So add 5 to your rolled total when you go to D&D Beyond.
Yep.
And it'll automatically add your con in.
Yep.
When you update the level. All right. You all
Fun times.
find yourselves waking in the morning, well rested, safe, still under that sort of starry sky, although a more like dawn light has kind of taken hold of it. And you still find that those spectral figures kind of flitting about. There's another table set up with this time like fist foods and things for your drinks for you to have in the morning, coffee, tea, juices, fresh fruits and breads and cheeses and meats, all various sorts of things that you would enjoy, bacon, sausages, eggs, and you manage to convene at the table.
Okay.
I'll just kind of like just not say anything, but kind of like look at Peri to see if she's in a better state of mind.
And before you finish taking all of your stuff, Peregrine, hold off just yet.
Okay. All I did was like pick a sorcerer sword.
Just
fine.
wait for anything else, like spells.
Cool,
and stuff.
cool.
Yeah. All right. So you're all at the table. You're all eating.
Yes.
Is there anything specific you'd like to say or do?
I mean, Peri looks more refreshed, more determined than she did the night before. She's sort of still just got her sketchbook out, and she didn't finish that drawing last night, so she's still like working away at it because she has a big family.
All sort of quietly eat.
I mean,
Are
kind
we
of.
going back to town first, or are we going to be heading directly to Riverren at this point?
I mean,
we did need to get there as fast as we can. We've got that favor we can call in. Plus, I mean, seeing as how we are trying to get where we're going to stop literally the exact thing we discussed with Corlin yesterday, we might be able to ask for a lift, maybe?
I mean, I think we can get there on our own.
I mean,
Sure,
that's
but you know,
to assume Fulton is even in town still.
Right.
we should probably ask if he is, actually. That's a
Yeah.
good point.
I mean,
Let
Oriana
alone
can-
even have a way to find him in town.
Well, I mean, if he's in town, we can find him. Same way we can find out if he's in town, and I just point at Oriana.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we do need to send him a message, and you know.
It would have to wait until after we are out of wherever this is. I assume we have undergone some sort of planar travel.
Yeah, I would normally say don't assume, but honestly, that's a pretty good assumption.
It
All
it
things
might be.
considering.
The magic I have is less reliable across planes.
Well, that's
That's-
fair.
Fair.
I doubt. Walk around. I doubt Fulton is here.
Nah. Yeah, no.
Shoo, he pops up.
I mean, I
You
wouldn't
guys
And
like
Vivian
it?
is
I'd
immediately
come here
mean
too.
to him?
No.
Wouldn't be
And then
surprising.
Vivian would be like,
at
"This
all.
bitch, how's he here?
Sketchy.
You
Sketchy.
motherfucker.
How did you just get here?
Suspect.
No, he does. He does not show up.
Sus.
I mean, was there anything left we needed to do in Sigma?
Not really, no. We just needed to maybe get back there in order to leave there. We finished all of the things what people needed help with that we knew of. And at this point, it's just the last thing we had to do in this part of the world was what you've done. And now that we've made sure that we all came out of that alive, we move on to the next big thing.
Right.
So what are you doing?
I'm always of the mindset of moving forward. The quicker we move forward, the quicker we get what we need to done.
I understand. I have to speak with Corlin, and if anybody else has any other questions, I want to get those out of the way now.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see a Coralin around.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look for Corlin.
Mm-hmm.
Step out of the room.
There is no room. You are in a giant open
Oh.
floorway with stars around you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to just maybe call it.
Is that how this works? Just sort of call out?
I'm not 100% certain. But I want to make sure everybody else is ready before
I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, we all came here for you. So
Okay,
the only other
everything else left
thing,
is Zuma, so yeah.
yeah, the only other things I have to ask of Corlin is, one of, can he give us a quick, cross-continental lift, or, well, that's basically one of them. So
It might be best if we just try to make it on foot rather than continue to rely on the favors of others to get us where we need to go.
no, I'm still asking him. I don't care.
I mean,
I'm all
Fair enough.
about speed at this point. We've been told that shit's getting worse, and we need to get there as fast as we can. I've got that favor we can call in if we need to get there fastest, or we can talk to Fulton, or we can ask the person right here. Either way.
yeah, I think it's going to take way too long to go on foot and then boat
Well,
to
I
get to Riverren.
was more so speaking of the fact that we have a means of getting there on our own.
I mean,
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
I
and
understand
I'm
Quinn's
of
point of
Vermont.
view. It wouldn't hurt to just ask. So I would say no. And be like, okay, well, we have our way to get there. Just seeing if it was something else.
We do. We've got one free transportation to basically anywhere. And if we have to use it, we'll use it. If we don't, then that's something we keep in our back pocket for emergencies. Like, I don't know, next time we find a dragon that's trying to kill us and it's not part of some sort of trial and we'd like to leave immediately, that might be a good time to pull a ripcord and just off we go.
Okay.
I had kind of hoped that he would have known a circle in Riverren, because then it may have been possible I could have taken us there under our own power, but that was not.
Gods don't really. I think God just kind of show up where they want to go, though.
I mean,
Yes,
that's been
but-
my experience.
Yeah,
Yes,
pretty
but
much.
he is the god of the arcane. I just
That's
thought it would be
fair.
worth asking.
All right.
Well, either way, I say
Fair
we
enough.
just ask if he can do. If not, then we've got other options. As soon as we get out of here, we can call Fulton, see if he can give us a lift, or if he knows anyone
In
that can.
town or not, yeah.
Right.
As it is, I've been toying with a new spell, actually. I'm interested in seeing if I can make it work, finally.
Delightful. All right. So, I will awkwardly look around.
You see those like spectral servants, like still like helping you with like your meals and like cleaning your plates, and other than that, you look around and it's just the now dawn risen sky,
Mm-hmm.
just that platform that you're on.
Okay. I will ask one of these spectral servants.
Pardon me, can I speak to your manager?
I need to speak to Corlon. I don't know exactly how to reach him. See what happens.
As you wish.
Oh. Thank you kindly.
And you watch as it like flashes out of sort of existence, and you wait maybe a minute, and within a minute you watch as at the end of this like platform where he had shown up originally, you see that blue light flash in, and standing there looking over you all with his hands sort of crossed is Corlin.
Cool.
You called,
Yes, sir.
then you are willing to make a decision?
I have made my decision.
Then come.
I start walking toward him.
All right. He takes your hand once more, and you float again up, and then and you're back amongst the stars sort of once more. He says, "So, what have you decided?"
I have come this far. I did not come this far not to take things into my own hands and be willing to do whatever it takes. And I am willing to learn and grow and change and be more than I was. I accept.
Very well. And he holds out his finger and he just presses it against like the center of your chest, and you feel this warmth and this blue light sort of suffuse you. And these flashes happen in sort of your mind, and you feel yourself starting to connect the dots of how to weave the magic that you've been so desperately trying to control, and you get a sense of how to kind of tap into it without such disastrous effects as before. Although you still feel untrained and unsure, if you make certain heavy mistakes, there might be consequences for them.
Right.
But generally, you have a much better idea of how to start to grow in this power and how to actually use it. And then as he pulls his finger back, you kind of come back to yourself for a moment. He says, that should get you started. You will need to continue the path forward. And as you do, that power will shift and grow, and we'll see where you end up. You will still have choices to make. Do you have the sphere?
Yes, and I will reach into, because I will have taken my bag back. I'll reach into the back and hold out the spear.
He looks at me. He says, "Good. You were unable to truly understand the meaning of this, but there is a purpose to this object. Tell me, you recently lost something.
Yes.
What?
My sketchbook.
This is the unfortunate reality of mundane physical objects. Still, everything you wrote within that book is still within your mind.
Huh?
And he kind of steps behind you and holds out your hand, like puts his hand under your hand and holds out the sphere in your hand. Concentrate.
Okay.
From that first memory to now, what do you see?
Trying to remember the first thing I wrote in my sketchbook. The first thing that comes to mind is the image of Dobby, drawn in extreme detail.
So I'll give you roll a history.
Yeah, I would have to thumb through my notes for like forever to find this stuff. Okay.
It's not a super hard DC. You biff.
I whiffed it real good with a natural 1.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna give this to you because you're like having such a hard time. The first thing that's coming to your mind is Dobby, but your mind is clouded by all of the things that have been shared with you, and the first thing that comes to your mind is Dobby because he's in the same place as your people.
Yeah.
Maybe worse, maybe the same, maybe better. You don't like, but what happened to him is what's happening to all of those people that could not be resurrected, could not be saved. And you're just like focusing on that, and you keep shifting between that and him. And Corlin sort of places a hand on your back and he says, "Calm thoughts. Not what is, but what was." Roll another history.
Okay. No, let's not whiff this shit again. That would be sad. 15. Okay,
Perfect.
okay.
The first thing that comes to your mind is getting to Agraria
Yeah.
and scribbling what you saw in the city, Fulton and the oozes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that strange device that released them.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, it all just comes flooding back, meeting the others in the bar. Logan, sewers. What happened in the sewers? That strange creature becoming marked. Lex going through the various cities of the Free Kingdoms. Hana going to Avonhurst, the trial in Avonhurst. Meeting Corlin for the first time. Zarithimar. Dobby. Soak. The runes. The rock. The star. Cage Barrow. What happened with Bane. And it just keeps flooding back. And as all of these memories are flooding, you watch as they are siphoned and playing across the sphere. As if a cinematic of your entire journey is being written into this crystal.
Wow.
And replayed in front of you in perfect detail. Or as perfect detail as you, through your own eyes, would remember.
Mm-hmm.
And in the final moment, you see the most recent memory sort of shape and take hold. And it is you gaining this power and Corlin standing beside you in this sort of gigantic universe of stars overlooking the world. And then it kind of like gently fades into sort of particles before it fades from the crystal. And he sort of releases you and steps back. He says, "This is my gift to you. If you wish, you can continue to use this arcane ability. It is not gifted to anyone else. It is something unique for you, but it will take a mote of your knowledge and power if you wish to accept it, or you can live with the crystal as it is and restarting your memories in your book."
I accept.
Very well. And he grabs your hands gently, and again you feel sort of that flood of power. And one of your cantrips is the homebrewed eidetic memory that I created for you. So basically what you get is you can create an auditory or visual memory with an auditory component, and you can store it within the crystal. And you can choose to play back either the full reel of memories that you've stored in there, or you can start from a specific point and just play back what you want. And the crystal itself can store up to 100 memories before it becomes full. And then you have to start a new crystal. So you have to buy another component.
Memories.
And a new memory card.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's a 1-minute casting time, and it's considered the School of Illusion. But it's basically like programmed illusion, but at a smaller scale, for you to store your memories specifically. Play them back for yourself on like a small screen.
So cool.
So yes, go ahead and take that as one of your cantrips, and then the rest of your spells you can take as you wish.
Okay.
And at that moment, Corlin says, "I will be interested to see your growth, and we will speak again. Let me take you back to your friends." And he
Thank you.
grabs your hand once more, and you're shunted back into that space where everyone is, and you float back down to the ground, and he releases your hand and lets you go. And then he stands back with his hands sort of folded behind his back, looking at you all. Now that is done, I assume you have places to be. Is there any last burning questions that I could potentially answer for you? I am also quite busy, but I do feel that I will do my best to help you. I should do my best to help you as I can, given the importance of your journey.
I actually have just two things, if I might.
Mm-hmm.
One, I just sort of point to the brand on my neck. What with the job I've gotten recently, I am in the business of essentially, I believe, working for about all of you. So I thought I might
Don't
ask
work
on
for
here.
us at all.
Well, still, it's more like just it's just the easy way I have of trying to
Well,
explain
let me be
it in my
clear
own
for
head.
you, Quinn. We are co-workers,
Oh.
Well,
which
dang.
means we help each other.
That is
But
actually what I was going
we
to get
don't
to.
worship one another. We don't follow one another. We're not faithful with one another. We're allies in a quest to make sure people and our realm are safe. And you will be finding that your journey will spark a reaction from that mark more and more, given what you are facing.
I'm fine with that. But what you said actually does tie into what I was going to be asking, seeing as how we are, working together. Is there anything that you need from us other than what we're already doing?
You're on the journey. You're doing what you can, as best as you can. Right now, we'll do our best to help you. And when you call upon us, if we can help, we will.
That is
I just wanted to be abundantly
Excellent.
clear that you owe nothing to us, but we also owe nothing to you.
I respect that. And that's part of why I wanted to just ask if you needed anything, just because of the arrangement as I understand it now, especially.
Of
But
course, and like I said, should you continue to follow your oath and continue to do what you have promised, you will receive aid from those of us who can help.
I
Shirk
have
your
no intention of
duties
backing
and
out.
decide not to, well, that's up to you to decide.
I have got no intention of backing out.
That is good to hear.
The only other thing I had to ask is, and I know you're quite busy, but we do have a pressing engagement on another continent.
Ooh.
If it's not too much trouble, would you be able to, I don't know, possibly just sort of send us there, or do we need to sort of make our own way? Again, I don't want to put you out, and like I said, I know you're busy, but you are an insanely magical being. And,
I am. And I just said we owe each other nothing, so what are you giving me that is worth me transporting you across continents?
Okay, sure.
What do you want?
Gosh.
I want nothing right now. But I'm willing to listen if you have something you would like to give me. And maybe it will equal the weight. But maybe it won't.
Oh,
That's fair. I do not know if I have anything that is...
Probably not something you want to
Equivalent.
give up at this moment, Quinn. So I would
most
say,
likely not.
I think you have a way to get there. It's probably
do.
best to use that versus me taking something quite invaluable.
We do. Like I said, I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask because we were already here, and you are literally magic. So
No disrespect done. It's just like I said, we owe one another nothing, and so a favor for a favor, right?
yes, and that is all I could offer is a favor to be named, but
Well, you'd have to name it for me.
yeah, exactly. All I've got sort of does I can
Right
hand you a
now,
blank
I
IOU.
have my hands full with other things, and I can't exactly get you to do those things at this moment because you need to be somewhere else. And also, the scale of your favor to my favor, I would not want to ask of something worth more than what you are asking for. And right now, that is all I can think of that's on my mind.
Right. Again, fair. And that's about all I had, honestly. One other thing, just for the benefit of my friend here. Are we on just the normal plane of existence? Or are we somewhere else right now? How is this
Well,
sort of
within
shaken
the
out
Arches of
location-wise?
Erebor, it is not within your realm.
Good, that is...
Not in the sense of once you pass through the archway.
I just pointed over that. You were right. Good to know.
Which is why you are so safe. But, is there anything else before I send you back?
I don't have a question, sir, but I would like to apologize for the presumptiveness.
It's
of
fine.
my
Quinn just
question.
did the same thing, so...
I understand.
I get the need. But you also have to realize that, like I told Peregrine, I gifted magic to your people. It doesn't mean I have every answer to every question ever written, or spoken, or thought. And a lot of the transport that your people use is not up to me to know.
And thank you for the gift.
I'm sure you'll find ways to gain that knowledge as you flit about from place to place. If there's nothing else, then, I wish you luck and speed and haste on your journey, and I do hope that you are able to do what is necessary. I hope that we are all able to do what is necessary. And he just waves his hand in front of you, and your vision just darkens for a second, and then comes back, and you're standing at that arch once more. This time, you just see through it into a dilapidated old, like, top of a ziggurat that's all crumbled in and broken.
Wow.
Wow. You know, once you get off the material plane, the place really gets a glow up.
The fog and mist is gone. You can see, like, from this top of this thing, you see just jungle for miles and miles, like, all around the tops of trees and stuff like that in front of you.
Okay.
Wow. Seems like it's fairly early in the day, maybe 10:30 or so in the morning.
Cool.
10:30.
So, I mean, at this point, we can either make it back to town, or we can leave from here.
Well, let's see if there's a point. Oriana, would you mind making a quick call, see if our friend is available?
Fulton, our business is concluded. Are you still in Zuma, or have you moved on?
It takes a minute.
Nice.
Great. I'm not. I'm somewhere else. I can't even tell Lex right now. Maybe later.
Oh dear.
He is preoccupied.
All right.
So do we tell Lex that we're making our way there?
That might be a smart idea.
It would be I mean, I can replenish one.
Well, we need to tell her something because we have to meet her, but we don't really know where to meet her, right?
I mean, I imagine someone like her, we would probably be safe to find in, say, maybe a tavern or some good place to
Right.
meet someone,
It's a
or
big city. It's
Do you know a tavern around that
I'm sure there would be a
fairly low key?
popular place to listen for information.
Well, that, or if we go ahead and, if Fulton's not an option to get us where we're going, that means that we're calling in this favor to get a ride. That being the case, I don't know how specific we can be about exactly where we want to go, but if we can go ahead and call her in advance, find out where she is, we might be able to get dropped off in her neighborhood, if not Lex adjacent.
Fair.
I
If
mean,
we're gonna do that, probably should again tell her so she doesn't shoot us when we pop up.
That's what I'm saying. We call,
Well, yeah, no,
we
the idea
call
being
and tell her
calling
we're
her.
coming, find out
Okay.
where she is, and then we just sort of show up there with her if it is an option. If not, then we start trying to track her down when we get to the city. I imagine a place as big as that would have a multitude of bars.
It might be best to ask her where we should meet her instead.
Agreed.
Hello, Lex. Our business has concluded in Zuma. Where would you like us to meet you in Riverren? We have travel.
Great. Let's meet at the Gilded Mountain.
Cool.
Gilded Mountain.
You know exactly where that is.
Okay, good. I was gonna ask. 'Cause I was a pussy noble.
Yeah,
I don't know how many taverns I've been to.
It's within the area of like Dragonstone Citadel, which is
okay. So it's a fancy place, probably.
it is. It's nice, yeah.
Nice.
Brianna's probably, the Richie Rich with the McDonald's inside his own house.
All right.
She's got like the theme park. It's in the Mall of America, but it's just like in her backyard.
Oh, and at the end she'll be like, "You might want to be careful."
Ooh.
That's all you'll get.
That's not ominous.
That's not unnerving at all.
I choose to take that as Oriana personally might want to be careful, and the rest of us will be fine.
That's what I would like to think,
Yeah.
but
Hey,
who knows?
positive thinking, okay?
Yeah.
Me and you, we're gonna will that shit into existence. Believe
Manifest it.
Khalil.
Manifest it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, in that case, do we want to call in our favor, or do we want to go back to town first and go from there?
I mean,
I'll just say, it's like it took you a day to get to
Yeah.
Yeah.
here, so it'll probably
That's
take you. You probably get to Zuma like in the evening time. So you're welcome to do that, but that's
Yeah.
how long
Yeah,
it'll
okay.
take.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long it would take us, so
Yeah.
never mind
I-
then. Scratch that.
Yeah. Unless we have a way of getting there that would only be accessible from getting back to town, I think we may well just call in our marker here and now.
Agreed. Also, maybe just have him drop us off right outside the city rather than just like poof
Inside it.
inside
Yeah.
the city.
Might be smarter.
Since someone needs to be careful, whether it's her or us.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, if we're ready to go ahead and do this thing, then let's do this thing. So, I would like to fish the amulet I have. What's it?
I think it's in the bag of holding, actually.
Bag of holding.
Yep. I would like to fish that sucker out.
Mhm.
And I am honestly trying to remember how he said this would work. Just sort of like,
Hold on. Let me check my notes. I may have
Yeah.
written it down.
yeah, I may have
Write
as well.
everything down. So I
You
mean, if I'm not-
literally do, yes.
Jesus. Okay. I
Boy.
have written a lot of things, y'all.
Another thing
Like
was
a lot of
quality.
things.
I'll just give this to you. He just said, hold the token and speak his name.
Yeah, I know.
Right, that's what it
perfect.
says in my notes. Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. All
So
right,
we do that.
Yes, I will take the thing, and then there he is. I will just speak the name of Walad al-Din.
Okay, you speak the name, and a brief flash happens, and the token crumbles to dust in your hand. You wait for a moment, and then, in a flash of sort of red energy, you watch as that gentleman appears in front of you, that same merchant gentleman, and he stands there smiling. Yes. How may I help you?
I
Calling
would
in the
actually-
favor. Where am I
am
taking
indeed.
you?
I'm just going to point to Oriana because she would know, like, town and everything if there's a good place outside of said or whatever, and exactly where we're trying to get to. My colleague will provide you with a destination if you don't mind.
Right. Where would you like me to take you, miss? Or you and your group?
When I had the vision on Avonhurst, there was like some hills or something. If I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, there's like mountains close by.
So I will try and I will try and describe the area right outside of the town, not far outside, like maybe a 30-minute walk or so.
I see. Okay. Well, this is not guaranteed because I don't have a 100% point, so we might go off course. But yes, I can try to take you there.
Is there a point that's near that you have a more of a guaranteed shot at?
Well, the city itself, or another city relatively close by, maybe a day or two's travel away. I can take you to Coromir.
Let's go with the guaranteed and
So Coromir or Riverren?
Riverren.
Yeah, I don't think we should drop our. We need to get there.
Yeah, we're expected.
See. Okay. I can take you there, no problem. Okay. Well, if you will all gather hands, please.
Hmm. We form a circle and start to prepare to sing Kumbaya.
Says, okay. Our favor will be done then. And he claps his hands, and you feel again that tugging sensation. And you feel the dropping sensation in your stomach as time and space folds around you, and within an instant, you are shunted to somewhere new. That's where we'll take our break for the evening.
Woo!
Go.
Hey, look, it's your turn.
Yeah.
I've been through it.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, get on the rack,
everyone.
bitch. It's time.
We will be back very shortly. We're just gonna use the restroom, grab a drink, stretch our legs, and be back to see what craziness is in store for the group and where they've been shunted to and teleported to within Riverren. So stay around. We'll be back in just a few.
Everyone's gonna be happy to see you.
All right,
Well,
guys.
Anyway.
No, they're not.
Okay. Let me just get some music up here, since we're in a very new place.
Yeah, I feel like I know what's gonna happen here.
Maybe you do.
You never know what's gonna happen here. What the hell are you talking about?
But I feel this time.
All right. So
This time, it won't be
This
a
time's
dragon, guys.
different, yeah.
I promise.
This time is
Okay. So you are
Ugh.
in. So as you get shunted to this place, a circular stone room surrounds you with softly glowing lights that hover above sconces on either side and a door ahead of you. Beneath your feet are runes of some nature, similar to how you were transported from Avonhurst to Zarithamar, but in different patterns and writing. As you catch your bearing for a moment, you begin to see blue runes across the top of the chamber begin to light up in a circular pattern. That is my cue to leave. You're safely in Riverren. Our debt is now paid. Best of luck to you in the future, and thank you again for your help. And Walad snaps his fingers, and you watch as he flits out of existence, as the runes above complete and glow a bright purple.
I feel like we should leave very quickly.
Yes,
Okay,
right
bye.
now.
Yeah, so you see a door, but it's not a few seconds later that you hear sound behind the door.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch as it is gently pushed open to reveal a woman standing there with a curious smile on her face as she takes you all in. This tiefling woman has black skin
Oh, thank God.
and silken white hair that flows softly around her face and horns in waves to her shoulder blades. Her gray horns glow from just above her ears and point straight up with a small crook in them. Her eyes are liquid gold that glow with an ethereal light. You see her robes are intricate in design, denoting that she has some status within the city and within her trade. They are purple and black with golden filigree along the seams and cuffs. She wears tight black pants with knee-high boots that are also lined with these golden designs. She holds a staff that looks like a long metal pole with a purple crystal at the bottom that lights the runes all the way up to the purple orb at the top with an arcane bluish-purple flames that billow around it. And as she takes you all in, she tilts her head and addresses you. Well, this is unexpected. I did not know I would be having guests on this day. I do not believe we have met before, and yet you seem to know how to access this room. Who exactly might I have the pleasure of greeting in my tower?
First of all, I would like to apologize for the intrusion. We did not know we would be coming into someone's home.
And then at this point, you also see a litany of guards flanking her defensively, but simply waiting for her orders.
Sure, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to the point, I'm Cynric. Would you believe it if a goat sent us here?
Oh my god!
We're gonna die. So
I assume
Oh my God!
that there is more behind that story.
quite a bit. Are you familiar with a gentleman named Walad Aldin?
I see.
Yeah,
Walad.
apparently he was a goat briefly. We fixed that for him. And as a reward, he agreed to give us transport to someplace we needed to go. We have business here in... We are in Riverren, I hope, yes?
Oh, you are, and I was the one who made Walad a goat, so that's very interesting that you saved him.
Oh dear!
I'm
In a Trillin, I'm going to say, I'm sorry for that.
She turns to you and she says, a native.
Fuck. Oh my god.
Let's keep this in a language that everyone understands, as I believe I need to speak with your entire group at this moment.
I'll just nod.
And then she turns to the rest of you and she says, I am Ilyana von Netteral. It is a pleasure to meet you. I Well, this is very unexpected, but interesting nonetheless. How about you come with me? We will assess you as visitors to our city and answer any general questions you may have. And then once everything is squared away and we know that you are not here to do anything untoward, you will be left to your own devices to enjoy our fair city of Riverren.
That sounds
yes.
agreeable.
Of course. Yes. I am terribly sorry that we just sort of showed up in your
Right.
home. That was
Yeah.
Yeah, that was right rude of us. I'm so sorry.
yeah.
That is okay.
Also, if the gentleman that I made no longer a goat was supposed to be a goat and he lied to us about that, I apologize for that as well.
I'm sure he
that one
didn't
was
lie
on
to
me.
you. I'm sure he told you he was made a goat. He is a simple merchant,
Mm-hmm.
and he found himself in some unfortunate circumstances.
Right. We really didn't ask many questions. Just
No.
sort of saw his plot.
Yeah.
It's fine. He is a minor nuisance, but not the end of the world. Please follow me.
Mm-hmm. I will very willingly do so.
She
Yep.
she
As will I.
begins leading the way, and you sort of follow after her one by one, and the guards kind of flank you and follow along with you, and there are a lot of them, and they look very heavily armed. You are led down winding flights of stairs following Ileana, eventually stepping out of the tower and into the streets of the city. You see many military dressed individuals, but it's a short distance until you come to a large set of stone stairs leading up to a prominent stone structure. You know this to be Dragonstone's. You are guided up the stairs as you pass by black armored guards on either side of you every few steps. When you reach the top, you're led through a hallway to an old cavernous throne room that you realize could hold over 1,000 people. As you step inside, you see various guards both on your level and above, looking over the various balconies in the room. Some holding crossbows, some with swords, some with firearms. Ahead of you is a simple marble table that is on a raised platform in front of the throne. One sits there, and leaned over a table, looking at what seems to be various documents, is a half-orcish gentleman who looks up at the sound of your approach. Aside from the man at the table, you can see that there is a green-cloaked figure whose features are hidden from you, standing beside the throne to the left. And another figure stands just to the right of the table, looking disinterested, but acknowledging Ileana when she walks in with a nod. The disinterested figure has pale gray skin and midnight blue piercing pupilless eyes. He has short, straight hair, wears a black and red leather jacket over a white undershirt. He sports black smooth slacks, which are held up by a belt with a small claw fastener, and his hips contain two curved, decorated scimitars with their hilts modeled in the shape of a raven, with small wings extending outward to form their crossguard. His presence is a little unnerving. You can't put your finger on why. The half-orcish man has his hair has his hair long and braided back, forming this kind of mohawk of sorts at the top and trailing into the braid. The sides are shaved. The mohawk portion falls sort of naturally in spiky waves. He sports a well-trimmed gray beard that frames his face with no mustache. And he wears this cloaked garb of freely flowing material that contains what you can see as studded leather underneath. It is black, silver, and red with the mark of the Oriana, what you know to be the triumvirate, and the emblem of the Commander General. Welcome, guests. I don't believe I know you, nor does it seem Ileana does. Yet you managed to magically transport yourselves to our tower. and enters this nation capital without issue.
Yeah,
So I believe introductions are in order. And you watch as Ileana strides by you all and takes her place in front of the gray-skinned gentleman.
Okay.
You watch as the orcish man stands up and he says, "Well, I will go first. I am Alexander Targer, Commander General of Atril. It is a pleasure." And he bows deeply for you. Who might I be speaking with, please?
Altair Cullen, member of Shields of Twilight.
Pleasure.
I am Peregrine of the Ocean.
Welcome, Peregrine.
I give a nod.
I'll give a little bow. Cineric Brightkeep.
Quincanna
It's
Claren.
keep. And he holds up his finger for you, Quinn.
Sure. I do not want to interrupt anything. I'm being
Bright
my
Keep
best
of the
behavior.
Bright Keeps of Veladon.
That would be the one.
Why the fuck are you in my city?
Oriana's gonna take a deep breath and then step
Don't
right.
open your mouth! Why are you in my city, Bright Keep? Are you
We
hoping
were-
to spy here?
Well, as you may have not been aware, I have no affiliation with Veladon at this point.
I am not aware of anything like that. I don't follow your familial fucking ties.
You may have heard of an incident where someone murdered a crew of soldiers,
Yeah.
and I'll just kind of give a bow to him.
Make a persuasion.
Oh my god.
Here
Here we go.
Let's see, persuasion.
Yeah.
What could it hurt?
A lot. It could hurt a lot.
That's a
Oh!
seven.
So
Nice.
you remember when I said this is how we die? This is
We're alright, we're
Well,
alright.
Mr. Bright Keep, I am a gracious man. And so, I will believe that you are not here stupidly teleporting into an important person's tower and expecting to get by unnoticed. So, you will be watched, but should you stay unaffiliated and conduct yourself with respect to us and our populace, then I do not think that there is any ill will on my part. I would be careful where and when you spout your name. My people are not so gracious, given what your family has done.
Certainly understandable. Give a little bit of a bow. Better to be upfront and honest about things.
I
Instead of
appreciate
leading with the wrong
honesty.
foot.
Honesty breeds trust.
As
I am
I've
sorry,
learned
sir.
partially.
You were giving your introduction. Please, please.
no need to apologize. I was unaware that our companion was partially well known. I'm Quincanna Claren, and once we get through the introduction, we will be happy to answer whatever questions you have about how we happen to wind up here.
Excellent. Let me just ask you this then. You said you did not know your companion was well known, but you knew that he was from Veladon.
I mean,
and you
I
were
think,
teleporting into a trip.
all right. Full
In
disclosure,
the main city of Atril.
right. Full disclosure, I'm from a very small village out in the Ouroboros Isles. Politics weren't really a thing that I learned much about, so I didn't really think whether or not that'd be a problem.
I see. So you're just uneducated and ignorant.
I'm gonna.
I've been called
I'm
worse.
I'm just gonna like grab Quinn's hand and just kind of squeeze it.
Fair enough. Who else have I missed? You, and he points to Campion.
Can I please be
Is
on
there
the
soldiers? Quick question. Are there soldiers here?
They're
Everywhere.
surrounded.
They're
They're
surrounded.
everywhere. We are
Very
being
surrounded.
watched, motherfucker.
She has been very specific about how surrounded we are. I think we're at the level of fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
What's exactly in this room?
You're actually
It is a
keeping the question.
wide
Oh,
open
God.
throne room.
No,
Yeah.
Oh no.
There are
She's
guards
okay.
surrounding the entire outer ring of this throne room, and then up in the balconies. There are 2 balconies up above, and there are guards there. You have what you can tell to be you are literally just inside of a wizard's tower.
Yeah.
So you have probably a hefty arcane user in Ileana.
Yeah.
Whoever's behind her was flitted with those scimitars, so seems to be fairly well armed. A figure behind behind the throne off to the left that you can't make heads nor tails of, just in a green cloak, but completely covered in any way possible from you seeing. And then there's this orcish gentleman who seems you don't see weapons as latent, but you see the studded leather underneath sort of the cloak, so that you know that he's prepared should anything happen. And then other than that, you see the various guards all around you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Campion is he's not involved in this conversation. He's currently in his own world, looking at this craftsmanship of this room, and he's like, "Yeah, this is very shoddy craftsmanship."
I would like to punch Campion
him.
in the arm.
Yeah, just get his attention.
I've got one word for you. Dragon.
I would
I
like
just
to.
give him a gentle nudge.
Yeah, I just like to kick him, basically. Like,
Oh, hello. Yes.
Nate.
I'm assuming you're the boss in charge here. I'm Campion. Who's your architect?
Someone from
Wow.
very, very long ago.
Okay. Yeah, they weren't good. Yeah. Yeah,
So
some very terrible support lines here. If there were to be any form of earthquake or explosion, this whole thing would come toppling down. I would recommend.
I'm going to just grab. Let go of
No, he's
Quinn's hand.
just smiling.
Okay. I'm watching very carefully the reactions of people to Campion because I am worried.
I'm prepared to tackle Campion and make him into a human sacrifice to appease our new overlords.
He just shakes his head. He says, "I see. Well, I am sorry our architecture disappoints you so."
It really mostly disappointed my father. He told me it was bad. I didn't really believe him, because he has this tendency to kind of over exaggerate certain things. But yeah, this is an over exaggeration. I'm very sorry. I could possibly.
You watch as he just holds his hand out in front of him, and just closes his fist.
Okay.
And you watch as Greybone just crushes into nothingness. He says,
Wow.
"That craftsmanship very shoddy. You should look into that."
Yep.
And he's just like a tin can, like a piece of metal, and dropped on the
Wow,
floor.
man.
can't say that's not undeserved.
You should figure out how to make a better dog. I'm sorry. You, miss. Who might I be speaking with?
Ariana's gonna take a deep breath
Hmm.
and in a Trillin. My name is Oriana Scarlet.
He speaks back in common. Interesting that you did not try to hide your name. I assume you know that you're
Hiding-
wanted for treason and assisting a war criminal to escape capture, right?
Hiding my name would not
No,
help me
that
prove
is
my innocence.
courageous.
I start
It
shifting
saves your
slightly away
friends,
from Oriana.
actually. Instead of all of them, and you, going to prison. It's just you.
Jesus Christ.
And at this point, you hear footsteps sounding behind you, and you watch as the line of guards behind you opens. And you all see a large gentleman walk in. Black coat, a dragon sort of pauldron on his shoulder, a large axe sort of strapped to his back. The lapels of the jacket kind of open, showing some of his chest, but he also wears the symbol of the triumvirate on his jacket. And as he steps forward, he turns and he just bows to the half-orcish gentleman. He says, "I am sorry. This, I was held up. I am here now." And he turns to the rest of you. "I am Kate Gorsham, strength of the triumvirate. What is going on here?" And you just see Alexander turn and smile. "Well, we have a war criminal walking right into our hands. I guess you might be in a better position now, Mr. Gorsham." Right. Oriana.
Locate.
You avoided me so much. This is the first time I've seen you not in a photograph.
It's nice to finally meet you.
I would say the pleasure is mine, but I'm not sure that is true at this moment. He just turns to the half-orcish gentleman, Alexander, and Alexander just says, "Well, I think that the rest of you are clear to enjoy the city of Riverren, and I hope that it accommodates you well. Again, given the nature of how you got here, I will have to keep a little bit of an eye on you. But you will be unaccosted and free to travel the city as you like, and the land. Guards, shackle the criminal and take her to the dungeons."
That would be a mistake.
No, I don't think it would.
Then you won't have my cooperation.
I frankly don't give a shit.
I've come to atone.
That's great. You can do that while rotting in our dungeons. And you watch as people come up to you and force your arms behind your back and shackle you with heavy manacles and shackle your legs.
Oh my god.
And begin leading you back towards a different exit from the room and down.
Oriana, don't do anything stupid. We're gonna get Lex. Just stay. Remain where you go. Just stay there.
Oh, and as they're starting to lead you, Cade, please. And Cade comes over to you and starts relieving you of your instruments, your bag, every item that could be used in magical means,
As he's doing
your clothes.
As he's doing that, I'm going to whisper to him, Riverren is under threat.
Riverren is always under threat, Oriana.
By something much greater than anything of this world.
We will see.
You'll need me. You'll need my friends.
We will see.
And I am sorry.
That I am sure of. And he pulls back, gathering all of your things, and stepping back over to the half-orcish gentleman as Oriana is led out of the room.
Sir, that bag is sort of contains a lot of our entire group's belongings, as we've been traveling together, and we weren't aware of this situation per se. Could we perhaps...
I'm sorry, you weren't aware that she let a criminal free?
Not in the sense of treason.
What do you mean in the sense of, is letting a criminal free allowed where you're from?
Well, from my understanding, the way she told it, she accidentally did so.
Oh, so accidentally makes it less treasonous.
No.
We
weren't aware of the scale.
Apparently we don't have the full picture.
She was unaware of the...
Am I here for all this?
Yeah, you're being led. No, at this point you're being like led down. You're hearing it as it trails away. You're getting led downstairs. I will find out what items are here. If I feel that they are mundane enough that you can have them back, I will give them. But as they were on her,
oh no,
and part of her accoutrement, then I will keep it until I know it is not going to be used against me or my people.
I understand.
That's fair. We just asked for you to look, as we let you know is evolved. Carries a loss of all of our group stuff.
Don't worry. Your funds, anything not deemed dangerous, will be given back to you.
Out of character, before we would have headed to the city, Peri would have gotten some money from the bag just in case, because Oriana was nervous. So...
How much would you have got?
Peri would have probably taken about 100 gold.
Okay, so you can have that 100 gold.
Okay. I'm just going to pull 100 gold out of the bag then.
Yep.
That way I know that it's been taken.
All right. Well, So you knew that she had spoken with someone in a prison?
Vaguely.
Right. We
she
don't
did
know.
not
You
give us
knew
much
that she
details.
had released this person from the prison?
I think even to her, she was surprised to find out that they had been released as well. She had recently found out, I believe. My memory recalls.
I'm trying to remember specifically what she told us, because I didn't write personal details in the notes, but I think
it was one of her last sendings. She told you that it wasn't her intention, but she had given an instrument to a bard who had taught her bardic magic.
Yeah.
In the prison.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'll say. She told us that he was her teacher and that she had given him an instrument to pass the time. She did not give us any full details, and I'm sorry. I need to clarify here. So her magic is bardic in nature. Her teacher's magic is bardic in nature. And she handed a prisoner an instrument which focuses bardic magic in a prison where they are being held. And was confused that they managed to be able to...
Right. In hindsight, I see we see the plot in that logic, but again, I believe she didn't even realize.
Apparently, none
That
of you
happened.
did either.
I mean, we're just saying how it was explained to us.
Right, we're
as
just
far as
trying to
what we
explain it.
know.
Truthfully, as we know.
All cards on the table.
I'm saying you still decided to come to a city where all of you realized that she'd released a prisoner, whether he was a war criminal or not. He could have been a murderer. He could have been a rapist. Whatever.
And we have very, very important business in the city. A colleague of ours is meeting us, and we needed to meet with them.
Right, I
and-
believe Lex, your friend, stated.
Yes,
Troublemaker. She is.
I understand.
I imagine that would be a fair description.
This is not winning you any favors, my friends.
I understand. I will.
We're not
I'll
trying to
call
win
to
any
the table.
favors. We're just trying to be transparent. with
I
you, though.
believe everything that you're saying, and I believe you are honestly this either confused, lost, ignorant
all those
of
things.
just the world in general, which is you are telling me that you have very important business, and then explain this. So this is just, frankly, a little entertaining for me, but it's fine. I honestly don't have any worries from the rest of you. So I'm going to let you go. Because, like I said, I am a generous host, and I do not like to judge a book by its initial cover. So I will allow you to populate my city and enjoy what it has to offer. Keep a slight eye on you, as I believe is my right as someone who does not know you, does not know your intentions. But we will not
I
accost
understand.
you, and we will allow you to conduct your business.
I
And then
understand.
he turns to Cade and then turns to Ileana and he says, "The trials will commence in regards to her punishment. We'll figure it out in the next few days." And he just they just like both nod to him, and he says, "Well, if that is all, then you are free to go. Please enjoy Riverren."
Okay.
And he like bows flourishingly, and you watch as the guards open up a path for you back down the steps with which you came.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I will
was
just sort
it?
of, give a respectful bow. Like, sorry to have barged in. Thank you for your hospitality. And
He
then
just nods and says, "Enjoy."
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm gonna move at a respectfully fast as possible pace.
Yep.
Yeah.
The hell
Hell
out
here.
of here.
Yep.
All right, you leave.
Campion begins to shove what's left of Greybone. And
It's you can pick it up in your
Yeah.
hand. It was literally like crushed and compressed to the size of like how cars are crushed and compressed, like a tiny cube.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
impressive.
A very symmetric cube. Quite good
Very.
architecture.
Quite good architecture.
And wow.
Yeah, no.
I don't think I've ever seen someone cast shade in such a perfect manner, but
But
you know what? Respect.
the weird thing, I will say this, Campion,
Mhm.
just with your knowledge and understanding of like magic,
Mhm.
it did not look like you cast any magic,
Yeah, no.
which is interesting.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
You're not sure how that happened. You've never seen something like that in your entire life. You would think you would have to cast a spell to do something like that to Greybone. But
Oh shit. Shit.
how he did that, you're at
Mhm.
a very big loss.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
you all head back down the steps and are out into the streets of Riverren near the Dragonstone Citadel.
Okay.
And you see a lot of those guards like filter out, and some of them walk by you. Some of them are kind of like standing there at the bottom of the steps, just watching you. But no one's like encroaching upon your space or anything like that.
Cool.
Okay.
We need to go talk to Lex.
Okay.
If I ever see that former fucking goat again, I am going to smite him.
Wow. Just wow. Okay. Well, I feel real dumb, but in my defense, we didn't do things like that back in the village. So, wow. Wow. I have concerns.
Yeah.
City life and military life is much different than living in the woods.
Yeah. Speaking of city and military life, who the fuck are you, man?
Yeah,
maybe this is
We're not exactly on good terms. I mean, but then again, it's not a matter of individual, it's a matter of nations.
right.
Understand, I come from there, not
Okay.
here. So, by association.
Right. Well, I mean, your
Okay.
specific family names seem to just nearly incite violence.
I don't mean to be rude, but given what that gentleman said, maybe that's a conversation to have in private,
Yeah.
not out in the open.
Yeah, that's fair. But
But-
just
Wow.
Holy damn it, man!
So I was going to, before she was summarily carted out, find out how to contact Oriana's mama, but I'm going to assume that she'll know already. Considering.
I mean, maybe we can. I don't know. Maybe Lex will know some people around here. Apparently, she's known.
As a troublemaker.
Let's be honest. We've met her.
Yeah, I mean, that
Yeah.
kind of fits the bill.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
We're not
well-
any better. I mean, it seems where we go. We
Well,
sort of
that's
have
what
a
I'm saying, though,
troublemaker
is
mark
it's
on
not
us.
exactly like her reputation is the greatest. Anyway, here's the thing. I am not saying that, Oriana is a lost cause, but I don't think there is anything that we specifically are going to be able to do to help her right now.
I know. I doubt that we will.
And we have a long history of acting before we think, and
That's-
this place ain't cage bearer.
That's why I told her not to do anything stupid. Hopefully, she'll sit still for a little bit. We can figure out if there's anything we can.
Well, she
Manage.
literally has nothing on her.
Yeah.
I'm
Hopefully,
I've
she won't have
got-
a choice.
Yeah, I kind of tap the bag I'm holding. I've got a little bit of money.
I do as well. I had some from before, fortunately. So
I pulled
Well,
some just in case
yeah,
before we
we-
left.
well, good. We won't be hurting for food and place to stay and all that. But
But
oh,
from here on out, we tread carefully. We stay on our best behavior. We mind our P's and Q's.
Campion.
Yeah, my eyes
Camp-
cut to Campion.
Campion is not responding to you. He has a very dark look in his eyes.
That's why I'm snapping in your face and
Uh,
calling your name.
we just assume you're not paying attention and
yeah,
just
at this point.
Yeah, he's not.
Campion,
Campion.
focus, please.
DM, can we say that when they get a glimpse of Campion's face, they see his eyes change back to normal? Or no?
I mean,
What do you mean?
Like goat-like? Can his
When-
eyes go goat-like for a second?
Yeah.
And then turn back? Okay, yeah. Like when he turns to you, you see his eyes like turn goat-like, and then he goes back, and he's like, "What?"
Okay, first of all,
that's something to unpack.
all right, we're gonna deal with that because that seems to be tapping into whatever that bad thing that's happening to you is. I'm gonna need you to rein it in because this place ain't exactly friendly right now, and
Keep
our
your
friend is
outward
in prison.
thoughts inward. And just smile and wave for a little bit.
Wait, surrounding us, it's only us, right? We're
Well, as
still.
you're walking,
Are we
I
still in
assume
front
you're
of
walking.
them?
I assume you're
Oh,
walking.
okay.
Well, yeah, we're
somewhere.
gonna
I don't know
get like a
where.
healthy
I don't know
distance.
where you're walking because none of you
Yeah.
know where you're going.
I was very
But I
confused.
assume
Are
you're
we walking,
down
or
the
are we
street.
still in front of that building?
You
like,
see
are we-
various. No, you're walking. I would assume
Yeah.
that you're walking at this point, but you're
Yeah, I would like
walking
to
we're
get
down
across
walking
and
away
down
a
the
certain
street.
place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're walking down like the street and going wherever you don't know. And you just see various you do see guards, you do see various people pass by you again in military garb and stuff like that. You see a few people dressed like scholars or mages walk by. No one's really no one's in your face.
All right.
Peri, just out of the corner of your eye, you do see that an eye is being kept on you.
Okay.
Just in general, but no one who is
That's to be expected, and
blatantly,
I'm fine with
no
that.
one who is blatantly trying to harm you or anything.
Well,
Okay.
maybe
That's to
we
be
should
expected. That's what
ask
I was.
for directions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can find our way to the inn we're looking for.
The Gilded
and-
Mountain.
And
Yes.
then maybe we can also see if anyone might know where Oriana's parents are. I don't know. We can maybe just ask my last name at some point. I see if Lex knows more, but that is a conversation we want to have as well.
Maybe we don't have that conversation in public.
No, I understand. I mean, we may want to see if anyone knows who they are, so we can try and find them, solicit help somehow from someone. We know all of one person in this town, excluding the one who's just been fucking arrested.
Right.
All right. Well.
And Peregrine, as you're as you're walking down the street, you pass by there are various bulletin boards and advertisements posted on some of these buildings and stuff like that in street corners. And at first you were ignoring it because you're in this conversation with your friends, but after passing a second and a third occurrence, you can't help but gravitate to a poster that is clipped to one of the boards, and on it is a picture of someone very familiar to you, a young tiefling woman with red skin and violet hair. The writing on the poster is in large black letters: wanted for treason against the nation of Atrill and the aiding and abetting of a war criminal.
Oh my God!
That's probably what Lex meant by be careful.
Perry's eyes just.
I'm going to take one.
Yep, you pull it off.
Yeah,
Fold it
Perry's
up,
eyes
just
go
shove it in my pouch.
wide. Okay, so,
And now you're putting the pieces together and noticing that these are everywhere. And at first, you were kind of ignoring them, and then they got too big in your vision to be wait, I've seen that 3 times. What's going on? And so you know that these are probably plastered all over Riverren and maybe further or wider than
Yeah.
this nation.
She and I are gonna have to talk about being more forthright about the problems that we're running into, because honestly, I thought she was just in trouble for helping somebody and for running out on a potential arranged marriage.
Yep.
And then she was like, well, he was just my teacher, and I have been naive, and the time has come
I mean, we
to
all.
stop
Not-
that.
Wrong as far as what you just said, but the circumstances are different here. Even where I'm from, the circumstances, what she did would warrant the same thing.
I understand. I mean, we don't have, high treason against the ocean that I'm aware of. Maybe I'm guilty of it now because I left. I don't know. That's beside the point. I just know the way that she described it and the way that my mind pictured Oriana. This is not what I thought we were walking into. So, yeah here we go.
Apparently, this isn't what she thought we were walking into either, because I asked her to try and figure out where we should go, and when we were told we could just get dropped off right in the middle of the city, she was fine with that, and
I
thought
mean-
nothing of it.
Understand this is probably not the last time we're going to run into this situation.
Are you wanted
don't
for high
think-
treason in Veladon?
Don't
I can't say I'm not wanted. I'm just not welcomed.
Okay, well, we'll have that conversation later in private as well. And then I will find someone and get directions to the Gilded Mountain.
Easy enough to flag someone down as you're walking by, and you ask them directions to the Gilded Mountain, and it's not far from where you currently are.
Oh, bless you, madam.
And just You have to go like continue down the street and then make like a right-hand turn, and then they tell you it's going to be like pretty much right there in front of you. It's one of the most well-known establishments in this area of the city. So they tell you can't miss it. So you guys continue heading in that direction, and eventually make it there. Oriana,
Yes.
sitting in a dark cell in the dungeons of Dragonstone Citadel, you have time to think. It affords you time to understand everything that has happened to this moment. Your time growing up in Riverren, studying and learning from the many books you read, meeting Damien and listening to his stories and letting him teach you magic through will and influence, agreeing to leave and learn more about the world, presenting him with the instrument, exiting the city without informing a single soul, meeting the Shields of Twilight, and all of your adventures since. You go through it all, as it seems, as time seems to be all you have at this moment. And eventually, heavy footfalls make their way towards you. And when you look up from your cell, you are graced by the presence of the strength of the triumvirate, Cade Gorsham. He stands on the other side of the bars of your cell, stoically, looking you over. Well, this was not quite what I expected of you getting into the city and making your presence known. But I suppose you left so explosively. I suppose you'd re-enter the same way.
Did he hurt anybody when he escaped?
No, he escaped with magic and was very difficult to find. We were unable to track him. In the time that we had, by the time we knew, he had been given a way to escape his bonds. His purpose was not brute force. It never has been. It was to get out, get away, and probably re-establish himself somewhere else. Likely under a new alias.
I could help you find him.
Perhaps. Do you even understand what you've done?
At the time, no. I was very naive.
Yes, you ignored everything. For a person in a prison, which, by the way, you were visiting a criminal that you barely knew, had no familial ties with, in a prison. Did you never stop to think how that was made allowed?
How was it allowed?
Me, you idiot. I was trying to see if helping you discover whatever you needed to discover would help you be more willing to meet, have a conversation with. I had spoken with your mother, and she said to give you your freedom. So I listened to her, and you put me in a very difficult situation because my loyalty has been questioned.
I'm
For
sorry
someone I didn't even get a chance to know.
I'm very sorry.
Why did you never even try to learn who he was?
I was afraid.
Of what? That you'd find out that he really was a criminal?
No, I was afraid of you.
You didn't even need to ask me. You could have asked anyone.
Not about that. About... I was afraid that if we had met, that my own life would not be my own anymore. That I would just be your betrothed. And that would be the end of my story.
You never even made an attempt to see what it was all about. Which, by the way, Oriana, you are an adult. I could not force you into a position that you would not want to be in. Neither could your mother. But you never even tried to see what it was about.
I know.
As your mother has told me, you've never tried to understand her position or where she's been coming from. That is not my story to tell.
How is she?
Well, thankfully, in our country, a treason of daughter does not incriminate the family, which is why your father is still general, still trusted, still loyal. Your actions are your own. Because of how our society works. But he does get questions. He does get looks. You have made it difficult for a lot of us.
Do they know I'm back yet?
No. You just got here. But I will let your mother know. Not that she will be able to do much. Neither will your father.
I don't expect them to. But let them know from me, thank you.
I wish, for someone who I was told was so inquisitive about books and learning, that used to spend hours reading everything that she could get her hands on, you would have spent even a modicum of that effort to learn who Damien was and what he did.
I believed his lies. I've realized that about myself. A flaw in my character. I'm too easy to trust. I've been trying to work on that. And I realized I couldn't put off returning to Riverren forever.
Do you know who he is?
All I know is what he told me. And what he mentioned of what we had done in the wars.
What we had done. Damien Felben is a war criminal because he developed the arcane bombs used during that war.
He developed them.
Yes. He was the mastermind working with the previous commander general to wipe out nations. Except when we were on that battlefield, both Alexander and I, we almost died to those bombs alongside every Winnonian citizen. We never wanted that.
Kate, I'm so sorry.
We saw the destruction. That is never what Atril has been about. Which is why when Alexander came back wounded and dishonorably discharged because he spoke out against what had happened, I decided to work with him to overthrow the Commander General. It is also why Alexander instated the Triumvirate, so that there is no one single person who can decide the fate of nations. So that the three of us, as a council, can make sure that those atrocities never happen again. But Damien didn't get what he wanted, and so he tries to upheave Atril under our new command. He wants to overthrow Alexander, disagreeing with our less forceful methods of moving and making Atril the one nation. So he schemes. He poisons minds.
And I fell right for it.
Did. So excuse both Alexander and I if we have a little bit more personal stake in what you did, given that both of us almost lost our lives to his machinations.
I'm so sorry, Kate. For what it means. If I can help in any way, I will.
Well, there may be a way for us to lessen your sentence and maybe turn things in your favor. But I have no guarantees. He is a dangerous man. And he is now free again. We are trying to find a trail, but have yet to pick up his foul stench. Still, you wish to fix things.
Yes.
Then I will do what I can. You must be patient. You must wait.
I will. But Kate, I was not lying when I said that Riverren is in grave danger.
I will tell you again. Riverren is always in grave danger. But this is not the place to talk about it. Be patient, and I hope your friends are patient as well. I will talk to the others. Again, we make decisions as a council now. And
Okay.
see if there is a way to see if we can figure this out. I I think Alexander could see that you really are this foolish and had no malicious intent in your actions, as bad as they are. And he kind of like gets up from like leaning against the other wall and like stands up and sort of dusts himself off and gets ready to go. And he just as he's like turning, he just says, "Oh, and one way or the other, you really should talk to your mother and apologize to her.
It's on my to-do list.
Let's hope you get to do it." And he starts to walk away. Back to you guys.
Woo!
You get to this large tavern, this wooden 2-story building with this brown tile roof. Interestingly enough, it has this like little koi pond outside. But you can hear this boisterous atmosphere coming from within. It's probably about lunchtime at this point. And you can hear that there's like the lunch rush. And as you step inside, you can see like it's got like these antique cabinets filled with like these oddities, and in one corner there's like this craps table where people are playing dice, and like cheering and hollering around. You see a bar, and at the bar is a seemingly simple-clothed elven woman with this red wavy hair, and just from looking at her, you can tell that she's older. Again, with elves, it's hard to tell how old, but you can see that she's an older woman, and she's flitting about, getting people their drinks and their food. And Peregrine, you notice at one end of the bar, the familiar figure of.
Okay. I will point her out to the rest of the group, and I will head straight for her.
Yeah, we all, I'm assuming, just go right in that direction.
I take a look to the craps table just to like, just to see I just want to like see what's going on there. It's like, yeah.
See, there's a sign for how much is the buy-in, and then
it's
You
like
see
$0.
people like rolling dice and betting chips and playing.
Well, I'm just like, small note for myself later, and just follows everyone else.
Yeah. You hear like a
Baltham
cheer when
opens his
someone
flame
does
burst,
very
a moth
well
flies
for the
out.
group, and you hear like a oh man when someone craps out. But yeah, you eventually head over, and Lex notices you at about the same time that you notice her. She just kind of like sits there, hand on her drink, kind of like looking miserably into her drink.
Oh dear.
Just tell her Oriana's in deep cover. Just tell her Oriana's in deep cover.
Fuck you, we're not lying.
Hell no.
I kind of want to go
And
to the bar and get a drink before I even go over.
Well, you can certainly
I mean,
stop.
you can-
you do you, dude.
Yep.
I mean, the bar is pretty full, but like as you like step by, easy enough to like she notices you, and you ask for what, like an ale?
Yeah.
Okay, she just says a silver, and you hand her the money, and she hands you a pint of some kind of ale.
Okay. Works for me. And then I'll join him at the table.
You're at the end of the bar, so you basically like got the drink and like just turned kind of a little bit because she's like at the end of the bar. She's not at a table. She kind of like
Okay.
turns. She like swivels in her seat and kind of like leans against the bar and. Okay, what's the damage?
That's on Tuesdays.
Well,
90s.
I
Well,
see you're missing
Mhm.
Oriana, so that means that happened.
We're not
Great.
missing
So
her.
My
Yeah.
We know
warning.
exactly where she is. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
the warning didn't reach our ears. She did what she was going to do. I mean,
Yeah. She never told us that she was literally a wanted criminal.
Well,
Well, I mean, she let
to
a
be
war
fair,
criminal
she
free
and-
from prison.
And
Why?
she left the war criminal part out.
Yeah.
Right.
either way,
Don't
He knew
know.
she was a criminal, but not to the scale. But that doesn't really matter here or there. Still, probably should have figured. We also didn't realize we were going to just kind of right in the middle of everything. But
Mhm.
How did you do that anyway?
Well,
we met a goat.
Wait, how did you
Yeah.
even get in here? Like, did you?
So there's this guy who was a goat against his will, asked for help to not be a goat. I fixed it, and then he owed us a favor. We decided to call in that favor as a form of transportation, so we could get here faster. Since, according to Fulton, shit's breaking real bad. So
Apparently, the person that turned that person into a goat was like this tiefling woman, and we were kind of in her tower. So
Oh,
yeah, he literally
God.
dropped us off in the tower of a woman
You-
named Ileana von Nadral.
Yeah, that's I mean, I assume that's how Oriana ended up in the position that she's currently.
yeah,
yes.
Pretty much, we were taken straight to, I think, the seat of all government,
Well,
I mean-
Ileana is one of the government, so.
which we
had-
have learned today.
the option to not come right here, but the decision was made. I have to believe. I mean, that was done with all due consciousness. So
I mean, Oriana did say that she was going to have to come back, and she was pretty serious about it. It was either drop us off here in the city or 2 or 3 days out.
Yeah,
possibly
or drop us off
in
outside the city in a place where we might not even show up.
Well, I mean,
So,
that's your choice. It is neither here nor there now. It's, what's done is done.
right.
I don't know what I was expecting. I suppose it should have been something close to this. I thought maybe you might be able to like sneak your way into the city or find your way here so that we could figure this out before.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't know
Everything
we needed to
exploded.
try to sneak in, honestly. So, what's happened has happened. We're hoping we can find a way to help her out, but I don't know what that is, as this is all very fresh information.
helping her out means sitting tight and
Yes.
not doing something like we
Well-
were going to do.
Yeah, didn't say I was going to actually do anything. I'm just saying. figure out
Fulton's
some
not
way to
here
help
yet,
her.
so I don't know.
He
Say he was
seemed
busy.
very busy when we.
Yeah, he's got
let
his
him
own
know.
shit. He'll probably be here later, but
Okay.
I don't really know how governments work. But I was assuming maybe
like, let's just be real here, and I'm gonna keep it straight with you. Of
Right.
all places, to be extremely careful, it's here.
Right.
Literally everyone else is out to get everyone else.
Yeah, we noticed
Okay.
that pretty quick.
So you do something, it might cross the wrong person, who then crosses another person, who it just sets off a chain reaction. And usually what you see is not what you get.
Understood.
This is a bit tough, though.
I mean, I can't imagine she would be as daft as to just accept transportation into a city knowing full well what would happen. I mean, there had to have been something else that I'm
She
willing to
obviously
continue
didn't
to
realize,
hold out.
I guess, what she had done. That's,
I mean, from the way that she described it to
no
me.
offense, that's kind of your guys' moniker.
I know.
Find yourselves in situations that you're like, how? We didn't know that this was going to happen.
Yeah. Where-
So I believe that she honestly doesn't know, or realized she'd done something but didn't realize how bad.
Yeah, that was sort of the impression I got.
Well,
We're
we
trying
hope
to get better
that
about
the
that.
The leadership sees it that way too.
Right.
Okay. Well, you guys sit tight here. I'm gonna do some digging
Okay.
and see what I can come up with.
Okay.
I can't promise anything, but given that we're in this situation now, I'll probably have a better luck of it than you are, and I'm not being watched quite as heavily as you are.
right. I was about to
As
say,
she kind
you
of
could
like
be warned.
looks in
Yeah.
the in the corner and sees like couple of like different armored guards and like military-esque people kind of like just vaguely watching, one over by like the
Yeah.
craps table,
Yeah.
another over by the like the other end of the bar.
We did just kind of like bamf into existence, unexpected. It's
Oh yeah, I have no doubt that they're watching you because it's natural and it's Riverren and it's Targa, and why wouldn't they in this position? But I can probably get around a little bit easier than you, and I also know this place a lot better than you.
Yes.
that
Then
works. I
give
think
me
we're
a little
gonna get-
bit. Enjoy some lunch. Try not to crap your pants over your friend being locked away, and we'll see what we can do.
I mean, in all things considered, that's probably the best thing to happen.
You
What,
wouldn't
your
happen
friend
to-
being locked away, or you crapping your pants?
I mean, right now, her being just incarcerated as opposed to us doing something stupid about it.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, no one said we were going to. All I said was we were looking for how we can help her in general.
Well, your best bet
And-
is to leave it with me. If I can't do anything when Fulton gets here, we'll figure something out
Okay.
if need be. They're not gonna like murder her tonight or anything like that. That's not how they work. So
Right. Okay.
I can hope that we are favored by the slow turning wheels of bureaucracy in this case.
Hopefully, yeah.
okay.
You wouldn't, Lax, you wouldn't happen to know where her mother performs or resides. But you
The
probably
Opera
don't
House?
know it. Okay, Opera House.
Is there just the one?
Well,
Yep.
the
it's
way
a
she said
big one.
the-
But you may want to hold off on that
Okay.
All right.
I'm-
until you let me do a little bit of my own digging, only because if her mother or father decide to do something foolish, I don't know if they will,
Right.
Yeah.
but it could cause a lot of problems.
Like you
Okay.
said. Okay. All right.
I'm going to petition. Maybe we get some rooms. We obviously have some stuff that we need to discuss. Enjoy some lunch, and
There you go.
enjoy what we need to do.
All hands will
Give me a few hours, maybe by evening time, I'll try to be back here. Sound good?
Yes.
Fine.
All
We'll
right.
take our lead from you.
All right. She like chugs the rest of her drink. She shakes her head for a second and then gets up and walks out of the bar.
Okay.
I'm gonna go try and get like 2 rooms or something.
You ask the bartender. He just says, "Oh, 2 rooms should be
Will 2 be enough for all of you
I
men
di-
staying
I
in the same
doubt
room?
it. Unless there are bunk beds and this is the youth hostel.
We need like 3, right? 'Cause 2, 2, 2. Or
Yeah.
2, 2, 1.
3 rooms then?
Yes, please.
3 rooms? Should be, say 9 silver.
Alright, I'll just hand her a gold.
Cool.
I don't have 9 silver.
She
I don't
hands
think I
you,
do either.
I mean, I don't
she
I
hands
don't
you
make
3
change.
keys. She hands you 3 keys. She says,
I have 8 silver.
"Joy."
Thank you kindly. And then I will scan the room, find a table, and kind of lead the group to a table where we
Okay.
could get some food.
Hmm.
Easily enough. It's busy, but this is quite a large place.
Hmm.
You guys are eventually able to you have to wait maybe 10-15 minutes before a table frees up and the busser kind of like cleans it, but you guys are able to sit down at a table.
Cool.
They
Okay.
come by and take your orders for food. For the group, probably cost you about say like 3 gold.
Okay. I will take that out of what I took from the bag.
And then you are kind of like, you're given drinks, you're given food and kind of left to your own devices.
Okay.
I recommend eating and then going up to the rooms to be in privacy and not around, a busy bar.
Fair enough.
Is that what you guys do? Kind of just like
makes
quietly
sense.
chatter
I
until.
don't I don't think there are any conversations that we want to start having down here.
Yep. Oh, fair.
Like, other than just general small talk of,
Yeah. So you guys just
I
chatter
actually
like.
thought that the architecture was not half bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
give it background. It's kind of nice.
You guys
Nice
just
use of
generally like
columns.
chatter and talk about how big the city is,
Mhm.
what you saw in the Citadel, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And eventually finish your meals, finish your drinks, and head to your rooms. Easy enough to fit in one room with just all of you kind of like standing around or leaning against something.
Mhm.
But you managed to close your room door, and you are inside a room.
So, I vote we lay low.
Mhm.
We don't get ourselves involved in anything until we hear from Lex. I honestly have nothing to do in this city right now except find a shop that sells beads and because I need some blue ones.
Even then, maybe that should wait until we know what we're doing.
Right. I wasn't saying I needed to do it now. That's what I was saying, because I have nothing to do but that, and that is unimportant right now. But I think that we cannot help Oriana until we know more.
Mhm.
And even then, we may not be much help at all. Except to say that she told us that this is what she believed she had done.
Well,
None of us have any standing here.
Yeah.
You especially seem to be unwelcome, Cynric.
I mean, unwelcome sometimes is better than no standing at all.
Okay, well, that being said.
His name is a name, regardless if it's famous or infamous.
But
okay, but infamy
regardless, I mean, she's not going to be killed. She's not going to be murdered. She's going to be held accountable for what she did.
Right, and they said the trial. I heard them say something about the trial being in a few days.
Understand if we attempt to do something of a less than lawful solution, we're just as guilty as she is of the same.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I wasn't about to make that suggestion.
I don't think anyone was suggesting that we bust her out of prison or anything.
Yeah, I would be the one to do that, and I even told her to sit still. So
Yeah, which good. I meant to say, well fucking done there. That is. I am quite proud.
well, I know how I would have reacted, so I was like, "Don't react that way."
Right.
Like
So
a
what
lot
would
of-
Baltine do, and then do the opposite? That's a
I
very
probably would try to
complicated-
run,
Yeah.
but there was a lot of guards, so that probably wouldn't have worked out too well.
So, I mean, as far as help, I mean, I think that we're going to be minimally useful. To be honest.
I believe our biggest help is to not get in the way of things,
Right.
and to just frankly be honest as far as if asked any questions.
Yeah.
And I'll kind of look at Campion at that point and be like, honesty does have its place, but sometimes spewing things that don't need to be said won't help us.
Yeah, there was really no call to insult the architecture of the building we had popped into uninvited and were immediately being questioned as potential spies and whatnot.
I don't think I've ever been more surrounded in my entire life than we were. Like, more thoroughly surrounded.
I mean, when you live in these type of cities, military
Right, I don't.
presence are
You could fit my entire town in the room where we were and still have enough space to start a few gardens.
Yeah, no, the village I'm from is minuscule compared to where we are now.
I mean, this is a place where law works, not no offense, but a council of people that have been around for a really long time.
Excuse you. There are laws where I'm from. The rules are very specific.
Yeah, that was a bit uncalled
No
for.
need to talk down to me because I am not from a city. I understand how basic society works.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
To be honest, you've been sort of talking down to me since we got here, and I don't know why, but I don't appreciate it. I may talk kind of slow, but I ain't stupid.
Fair enough.
That being said,
Mm-hmm.
right now we're doing what we can do, which is
Yeah.
wait. And taking in our surroundings, and of all the places to put all the lessons we have learned into place and into practice, this is it. We have been brash, we have been careless, we have been thoughtless, and we have been reckless for our entire journey. I have been saying for a while that has to come to an end. Now more than ever. One of our own is in a great deal of trouble, and we cannot help her if we are also in a great deal of trouble. And there is so much more at stake than these people know.
Yeah, to throw a wrench in that, there is that whole cult of the Undying King type of thing going on around here, or potentially around here. Not quite sure.
Right. And I intend to look into that once we know more about what's going on.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Lex
Don't
did
know.
say to be careful who you talk to,
That's what
did
I'm
things
saying. I
to,
know
and
us,
whatnot.
our digging will turn something up, more or less.
And she may
Right.
even have information on that.
Or at least she might be able to point us in the right direction of who we could try to talk to that, wouldn't blow up in our face.
Perhaps, I'm not quite sure. She did say she already knew, but said that I need to find out myself, so potentially I found out a little bit more. Maybe she might be willing to help further along, but who knows?
She might. Well, whatever she finds out, we can just sort of go from there
Yeah.
and figure out what we can do to best help get Oriana out of the situation, if we even can.
I imagine she will have to pay the price for what she has done in one way or another. Let's just hope that they take what she has basically pled ignorance to into consideration and are more lenient.
And let's hope.
Because the way she explained it to me, she helped a teacher. She didn't know what he was, who he was, or what he had done. She brought him an instrument, although I really don't understand how she didn't consider bringing someone who taught her to do magic the way she does magic. An instrument wasn't a problem. That's neither here nor there. And he left, and then she left. Hopefully they will consider this the ignorance of a child rather than a willful act of treason.
Well,
all things
sometimes
considered.
atonements work in weird ways. This may very well work for her, depending on what she does in this situation as well.
I do believe a lot of what happens is going to rest more on her than us.
Most likely.
All right. So you guys are just gonna hang out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not much we can do right now because we were playing it smart.
Hooray!
Um,
Brains.
Yo.
Eventually,
Oh.
sorry, were you saying, gonna say something?
I was gonna say at some point I'd probably just go down and like leave a note if Lex comes back, what room we're in.
Mhm.
Okay.
That way she's not sitting at the bar waiting for us.
Okay. I mean, I assume you guys would eventually like go back downstairs and like hang out and just like
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, I mean we could
Yeah.
do that too.
Just like squat on a table for a little while.
yeah,
Yeah.
grab some drinks,
Perry
just
just
chill out.
get some kind of snack and
Yeah.
wait.
Eventually, later in the afternoon, you do see Lex come back in to the bar, and Fulton is in tow. And they both sort of step over to your table, and Lex is just like, okay. Things are not great, but we have a bit of sway with a few people. And thankfully Fulton got back and was able to have a couple of conversations. We have a meeting with Cade, so y'all might want to come with us.
If we're invited, absolutely.
Oh, well, this is very much to do with all of you.
Okay.
Yeah, then definitely we'll be there.
All right. And Fulton just like looks at all of you and he says, wow, you guys, I feel like it's just a lot of excitement.
It's one way to put it.
There tends to never be a dull moment around us. No.
Yeah. Lots happening.
Okay, well, let's head towards his estate.
Okay.
And they start leading you out of the tavern and down the streets, and eventually you come to this sort of walled off property with these guards outside of it. And you watch as Fulton sort of like steps up and speaks to one of the guards, and he just says, we have a meeting here with Mr. Gorsham. We brought our group. And the guard just like steps, like opens the gate, steps inside, seems to converse with someone inside, and then steps back outside and nods, and the gate opens. And you are all led sort of in to this property. It is a large estate. There is this sort of like large house with these sort of like two columns in the front with these like two large doors. And you are led to the doors by one of the guards, and the doors are open for you by some sort of like serving staff within, and they kind of like bow and lead you in, and you are taken through the foyer area and across it into like a back entrance, a back door that leads into a nice office area. And there's like a couch, there's a couple of chairs, there's a couple of bookshelves, and you are left there for a moment to your own devices. And eventually, Cade steps in and closes the door, and then sort of walks around, pours himself a drink from a decanter on like a tray in the corner, and like sits down in the chair and looks over all of you. This has certainly been a day.
Indeed.
I can agree with you there.
You have made a lot of difficulties for me. And now, with Oriana back, I could clear up a lot of things by letting her rot, but that would be wrong. Because I do not believe that she is at the heart of all of it a malicious person. Still, I am in a very delicate political situation here. I have a connection, though tentative it might seem. I did allow Oriana to meet with Damien. And so me trying to vie for her lesser punishment might seem a little biased.
Steve?
Still, I wish she would have allowed herself to get to know me before she decided that she never wanted to see me. I thought that maybe she would be somewhat of a kindred spirit in our mutual situations. I suppose I was wrong, though. Well, you all do not. And then he looks over at Lex. Well, you know, but the rest of you do not know our nation very well. Except maybe you, Brightkeep.
I know enough to be honest about who I am and what I'm doing here.
That's fair. The reason we created the Triumvirate is because we're trying to learn from the previous mistakes of our predecessors. We still believe, I still believe in a Trill, and I still believe that one nation is better than all of these different nations fighting for power constantly. But we believe in honorable expansion, not underhanded tactics, massacres of innocent people for no reason. I believe the way to help Oriana is for her to show that she is still willing to do what's right. And perhaps helping with a situation that we face within our own borders will gain her some favor with Alexander. So, I am willing to present to you an opportunity because I do not believe that she will be able to do it by herself. And I believe if you agree to it, then there is the potential for her to be released on a temporary basis to help with this endeavor.
What would you have us do?
Well, there's a new figure here in Riverren lately. Maybe came to be a part of our structure a few months ago. He's the right hand to Ileana. If you didn't know, Ileana, of course, is the wits of our triumvirate. I am the strength. And then Alexander is the knowledge. But I feel like this right hand, there is something not right about Ephraim. And as soon as he says that name, you, Peregrine, you notice both Lex and Fulton tense. And they don't. Neither of them says anything.
Okay.
A frame, you said?
Ephraim.
Okay. I make note of that.
EPHRAIN.
Okay.
I am not. I've found no evidence. And it is very difficult for a figure like me to look into these kinds of things without finding myself put in difficult positions or having targets placed on my shoulders. But I think Ephraim is linked to a shadow organization called the Strangled Vine. They've been pulling strings and causing strife for many years. They do things in the quiet, unknown. They've caused problems, at least as far as I know. I don't know if Targar or Ilyana are involved in this, but I think Ephraim is the link to learning more about what's going on.
Right.
The problem is trying to get any information from him is almost impossible. The only thing that I've been able to figure out is that he tends to spend a lot of time between Ilyana's tower and the Gilded Mountain Tavern. But I have not seen him do anything illegal or strange. And nothing that I could pinpoint would be something that I could link him or tie him to that would reveal any kind of underlying plans he might have, or that they might have with him. Still, if you agree to look into the Strangled Vine and this problem that we're trying to solve, I can potentially petition for Oriana to be released on a temporary basis. And perhaps if you are able to uncover the main sort of structure of what is going on with all of these moving pieces, then I can help Oriana look into Damien and maybe give her a start of information on how to clear her name by
Okay.
seeking him out and bringing him back for justice.
Okay. This person, were they there when we were all talking to?
Oh yes, he was across the room from me. The man with the jacket and swords.
Right. He was the one we got kind of an off feeling from.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the way I see it, Oriana needs help. Y'all need help, and that's kind of what we do.
Good. Then, and he takes out like a piece of paper and begins writing on it. And eventually marks sort of like an X at the bottom and hands it over and leaves it for you to sign. Then we have a contract. And it's basically just what it says is we agree to look into and uncover the structure and organization of the Strangled Vine and any nefarious links to members of the Triumvirate, including Cade, and find out if the leading body, basically, of a Trill is corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, root out the corruption within the government,
Mm-hmm.
and come forward with evidence that of the offending parties.
Okay.
And the as part of the contract, it says with this Oriana Scarlet will be free to assist and help with this endeavor, and if successful in finding something, whether it be the actual members of the Triumvirate being corrupt or something else, an outside force affecting something within the nation of a Trill, will be given the opportunity to plead for her freedom by assisting the nation in finding and recapturing Damien Felbin.
Okay. I look to everyone in the group.
I assume this also means if we find evidence that clears all the Triumphant's name as well, that would go with
Exactly. It's you just need to figure out what is going on here. If I am completely wrong about Ephraim, if I am completely wrong about Targar and Ileana, if you find it to be me, which would be strange, but if you were able to find evidence that I was doing something nefarious, then your contract would be complete. And this is a contract that will be vetted by the entire council, so it will not just be me. Because I have to make sure I run this by them as well, so that they will be okay with what happens here. But I believe that they know that this has been a problem, and that we are having problems within our walls right now, and we already have enough outside influence to deal with, rather than having inside corruption. So.
Nice.
All right, then.
If this will help get Oriana out, possibly, then we shall definitely be doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Then he hands over the pen for all of you to sign.
I sign.
As do I.
I'll sign.
Okay. And I will say, when you sign, there's no unlike what you've seen with contracts. There's no magical seal. It's a contract. It's just
contract
a written
is
contract.
Sign in blood.
I silenced her.
Okay.
Ultimately, had a bad experience, you know.
I imagine Baltame's kind of like wincing as he's finishing
Yeah,
signing
he's-
his name, like waiting for the blood to get sucked out of his body.
Sinrek, do you?
Huh?
Yeah, but I'm only gonna sign first name.
Okay. I mean, he knows who you are.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't mean I need to spread that amongst other people.
Yeah.
That might be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fair.
I mean that's
Fair.
actually smart considering this is a legal document that's going to be kept in their records.
He just like acknowledges and then hands it to or waits for Campion.
Oh yeah, Campion signs.
Okay. Once he gets all of your signatures, he adds his signature at the bottom as well, and he says, "Okay, I will take this to the council." Well, he kind of looks over at like Lex and Fulton, and both of them are like Lex is like, "Fuck you, buddy," and Fulton's just like, "We just got the meeting. We have other, we have other things to do. I do, anyways." And he just kind of like nods, and just like shakes his head, but he takes it back and he says, "Okay. I will take this to the council and see what I can do, and hopefully in the morning bring Oriana to you if all goes well, and you can begin your investigation."
All right. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. I appreciate your assistance, and I am sorry that you are in this position.
So are we. And I feel like had we known a bit more about what we were walking into, we would not have walked right into it.
I mean, all things
Neither here nor
considered,
there.
The good news
Yep.
for you is if you do this and do it well, you will have favor with us, which means quite a bit. So
Let's hope we can live up to the expectation then.
may have been better that this happened as opposed to being caught trying to sneak through the city. Things worked out
Perhaps.
strangely.
all right. He gets up from the desk, finishes whatever drink he was having, plants it back on the desk, and then walks around to let you all out.
Okay,
And
cool.
As he like leads you out of the estate, he gives you like a nod, and as you all walk your separate directions, you notice that he's going back towards. He like leaves the estate with you. You notice him walking back towards the Citadel where you had initially had that meeting with the Triumvirate and where Oriana had been arrested.
Mm-hmm.
You
Cool.
head back to the Gilded Mountain with Fulton and Lex sort of alongside you, and head inside, and you're free to do what you wish.
Okay, once we get inside, I will try to get Fulton and Lex's attention. I couldn't help but notice the reaction to that particular name.
Yeah. That's
I
kind
can-
of one of the issues that I've been looking into here.
Okay.
Talk in the rooms or
Yeah, maybe we need to take this someplace private.
Show us the way.
Okay.
We just go up to
Alright.
one of the rooms.
You head inside, and as soon as you head inside, Lex like turns to Fulton and she says, "I fucking told you, see?" And he's like, "What do you want? What are we supposed to do? What he's allowed to go where he wants." And she's like, "You don't think it was him? He's
Have I
fucked
heard-
me this entire time."
Have we heard the name Ephraim before? Like
You have
this
not.
guy's name?
No.
Okay. So I feel like we may have heard that back in Dash. Or
Actually,
something.
no, you did. When you researched Lux Eterna,
Yeah, he's a member.
Mm-hmm.
Ephraim Devinar was a member of Lux Eterna.
I thought the name was familiar.
Yes. But you that's where you heard it, was when you did the research and were looking into like who they were and what they had done. And she's just like going off on him, and Fulton's like, we don't have any information on any of this. You're just spouting off crap that... What do you expect the rest of us to do? And she's just like, you're all useless. I pretty much have to do everything myself, right?
What exactly?
Harry's just like watching this like a tennis match.
What's going on?
Yeah,
exactly?
can someone read in the new folk that just got here?
Is he the one that was the one that was missing that you hadn't heard from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we haven't heard from him in a while, but missing. He hasn't really been missing when he's been here.
Right, but you hadn't heard from
Well, he's not really working with the rest of us. He hasn't really responded to much of any of our requests, and I don't think he's going to. So, I don't think he fucking really cares.
You said he fucked you? What sense? What are you talking about?
There's no reason why he's working under Ileana. There is no good reason. He has no reason to do it, except if he's planning something or if he's doing something behind the scenes. I don't know what it is. I've been trying to figure it out. This is what I wanted to talk to you guys about, because something feels off with him.
I got a bad feeling.
Yeah.
From him.
He's a bit of a weirdo. He is very smart, and he is very powerful when it comes to magic. And
doesn't make sense. He would be under someone.
Very cunning. Exactly. Why? Why would he ever work under the Triumvirate? And he has no reason to be in Atril. Like he has no ties here. So I don't understand why he would help this nation. He's doing it for some personal gain. I just don't know what it is. I haven't been able to...
DM. Question. So Atril, they've literally just been building up their military and their kind of hold here.
No,
right?
they are constantly fighting with Veladon on their fronts.
Yeah.
And they're currently trying once more to send forces to Wynan to expand once again.
Oh,
and
to unify. Gotcha.
To unify, yeah, everyone under one nation, one rule, so that everyone is treated equally. That's their belief. And they also have a couple of states or cities that they have occupied in Saratan as well. So they have occupation in various areas, and they're trying to do so in Wynan and Veladon. And they're trying. They're just fighting Veladon right now. Like they're just constantly fighting them.
Border skirmishes.
Border skirmishes and trying to spy on various things, because their ideals are very different, the two of them. And then the same with Isgrav. They will occasionally try to push, but it's much harder into the frozen nation with the mountains and everything like that. And they don't want to fight a war on multiple fronts, so they're generally leaving majority of places alone and trying to focus back on Wynan right now and just defending their borders in Veladon, sometimes pushing. But that's generally the way that it is.
Now, when was the last time they tried to invade Wynan? Can I roll
the
a
last
check for
time,
that?
the last official time was the previous war, which was what Oriana was talking about when she had heard of the atrocities that had happened there. And anyone with any you would definitely know this just from your intelligence, the fact that you've read stuff and you've lived in multiple places. You would know that a lot happened during that invasion, where that's where a lot of the new Arcanotech came out at that time. That was when invention really started to happen, and they invented these bombs that basically were dropped on an area of Wynan that completely decimated it and made it impossible for anything to kind of like live or grow there, and just killed everyone from like soldiers to innocent people.
But Winan itself,
eventually they were able to bolster their forces and push back against the Atrillian people and the Atrillian military and force them back out. And so Atril went back to their borders, got themselves back in line. That was when Targar and that was when the triumph, basically that was when the previous commander general was deposed and executed, and this government took over, and now with this new government they are sending ships over again to invade once more.
Obviously.
Yeah,
but it hasn't a full-scale invasion has not occurred yet.
Okay, it hasn't occurred yet.
No, they're just sending, like, there has been news of seeing Trillian forces on the borders of the shores of Winan coming in to survey and stuff like that. But there haven't been major battles yet. And you would only know this from like letters you've received from your parents.
Gotcha. Well, it seems like they're going back, trying to facilitate a military force on Winan.
They're always trying to do that.
But why?
Because it's the easiest place to expand right now. They're not going to be able to take over Saratan. Sorath's way too powerful, and he'll decimate them if they try. They're already still skirmishing with Veladon on their borders. And Veladon, if they wanted a full-scale invasion of Veladon, it's going to be a hefty war. Isgrav, not really a great choice, given that it's just terrible landscape. And to be honest, like, the amount of people that they would gain from expanding the nation into there, not worth it until they've really expanded other places. Izel is, again, also another nation that is heavily wildlife, so they're not really going to be taking over much. And integrating people. The Free Kingdoms would be very hard for Atril to take, especially if Saratan decided to step in to help them, because Saratan would not want Atril to take over that nation. Winan is the next best choice, because it doesn't really have any allies that are going to send aid to help them, and they're pretty small. Which means that Atril can continue to fight their skirmishes on the Veladonian border, and still potentially gain a foothold in a small nation like Winan.
Okay. So, is there anything that could be of important in Winan as far as maybe a powerful item,
or maybe a spirit crystal deposit or something?
Something
Maybe.
that person could be.
Why Afrain is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a motive, we can figure something out.
I get what you're trying to go for here.
I
was confused as to why you were circling back there for a second.
I happen to believe Cade when he says his goal is honorable expansion. It's a feeling I get. I mean,
I believe him too. I don't think I believe.
So,
Targar's
regardless
fucking dick,
of how
but I believe that he's not as terrible as the previous commander general.
I mean,
regardless of how I feel about that, I mean, if we're looking for a reason why Afrain's doing what he's doing, then maybe we need to look at what Atril is doing and see if there's an overlap.
But he's been planning something for years. He only came to Atril a few months back, I think. Like Cade said.
If he's been planning something for years, how long has he been not working with you?
Since we finished things.
Like right after he just
Yep.
gave you the
Disappeared.
keys and left?
Yep.
Well,
Well, he didn't give us the keys, but he just said like he had his own business to handle and went off. I mean, we haven't exactly been hanging out with one another for the last 5 years.
I
Right.
mean, honestly,
Makes
that
sense.
makes sense. You all have
we've
your own
we've
business
all
to
have our
attend
own
to.
lives and have things to do, but we keep in touch every once in a while if we need to. He's
But-
just
Good.
not really
Oh.
kept in touch.
I'll ask this plainly. I mean, considering last time he did adhere to the call to take care of the Avatar, could it
Yeah.
be he's playing something close to the chest that he just doesn't trust anyone with?
I don't know.
I don't
I mean, not to
I
doubt your instinct on the situation, but I mean, we literally know nothing. So
Hmm.
to find at least some type of angle,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I got a bad feeling when I was in the room with him.
Oh yeah, no, he's right down creepy, but
Yeah.
I,
Question.
Yeah.
You say because we just got like a bad feeling. Specifically, like, what
I don't know
was
I
it? Like,
don't
just
remember.
sort of
I
like.
think I said you.
We just got a
you said
weird
something like
feeling.
felt off about him.
Yeah, yeah.
He had a
just something
weird-
felt off
yeah.
about him.
Okay.
Just like something you
Yeah.
couldn't put your finger on, but it's like
Yeah.
what? Like it was more like a, who is this guy and why is he here? Like it feels
Okay.
weird that he's here.
well,
Okay.
I mean, also like everyone, people like now with hooded stuff on. He's like the only guy wearing like full sleeves in the summer. You're like, yeah, it's kind of weird.
Well,
You
no,
know?
I mean you had like the main three in the room, other than like the guard,
yeah.
were Ileana, Targar, and Alexander and Cade.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right.
Weird that she had this other gentleman in the room. Like that's what felt off about it. It was just like, why is
Okay.
this person here? I mean, you probably would have been weirded out by the cloaked figure behind the throne as well, but
Yeah.
that you couldn't make heads nor tails of that figure.
Alright.
This guy,
Okay.
you were able to like visually, like, wasn't cloaked, was like standing there, had full weaponry and regalia, and looked just nonplussed, like disinterested,
Okay.
you know. And so
Like,
it's
We're
like
not a
it was
threat
just
to
like
them, pretty much.
Hmm.
yeah, or it just like very strange where all the rest of them were very like engaged. This individual was just totally like
Like what was
blank
going on didn't matter to
slate.
them at all.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
and so it just like felt weird. Like it was like, this is just strange. It's not a like you didn't get like a malevolent feel or something
Okay.
like that. Like
Yeah, yeah,
there
yeah.
wasn't like a
Okay.
presence of like, you may have gotten the heebie-jeebies. I don't know. Like if you saw a person like that, maybe you would get that's on you to play it. But it's just
Right.
more
Yeah, yeah,
like this doesn't feel right. Like what's going on here, kind of thing.
Okay.
Even coming in as like unknown participants to this like political struggle and structure, it just triggered something as weird.
Okay. I just want to make sure if it was like it just was sort of a that's weird kind of thing, or a my skin
Right.
is trying to crawl off of my
Yeah,
body
it's not
kind of thing.
not the sense of like, you know, like what you felt when you've gone into like the ruins or like
Okay, cool,
things like
cool,
that.
Okay.
Or like
Yeah.
when you were going through like the jungle where you were dealing with those like that corruption. It's not that kind of feel where it's like the hairs on the back of your arms are standing on end. It's just like
Yeah.
something in this picture is wrong. I
Mhm.
can't. I don't
Okay.
know what it is. And it
Right.
could be very bad. It could be something I just don't understand. I don't know. But this just doesn't feel right.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just see like Lex just be like, I don't know. I don't know. He's disappeared, but I know that she turns to Fulton. I know it was him. And I will find the evidence that it was him.
What was him?
What?
What do you
None of
think
your
happened?
business. This has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
And Fulton goes, "You have been saying that for 4.5 years? Maybe 4? I can't remember. But, like, you haven't been able to figure it out yet. Which is why she's so pissed at you. So, what do you want from me? I can't jump on your side when you have no evidence. I don't think it was you, but all roads point to you, kind of." And you just see her, like, get really, really frustrated. And
Okay.
For even the time and dash that we've interacted with the agency she's ran, I mean, we've never been inadvertently lied to or misled. I mean, something isn't right, and I would venture to side with Lex as opposed to,
it's not
calling her
siding.
incorrect. I mean,
it's not siding with her. It's I don't. It's not mine to tell.
I understand. I'm just saying that
That's
with what little I know,
Look, I'm the one who's traveling with her, of
Yeah.
everyone. So, Lex, you know I'm on your side, but you have to understand how this looks from her point of view. So if we can figure something out, if you're right, then we'll figure it out. And she's just like, fine, you know what? We'll figure it out.
I am beyond confused right now.
You know what?
All you need to know is he's doing something. He's got some weird plans. I don't know what they are. I don't know what those are.
All right.
Right.
Well, we'll do
if
our
we could
utmost to figure that out then.
Yes,
right, but if we
all
can
have-
understand what he's potentially done before, it might help to try to figure out what
Not
he may or may not be doing now.
Not anything
Maybe
that's going to affect
Okay.
whether you can help Oriana or not.
Okay.
It's
I
personal.
mean,
Okay.
our contract
That's
to help
fair.
Oriana was to investigate not just him, but the organization that could be causing corruption.
Exactly. The weird thing is from all of my research and investigation, Strangled Vine has been around a long time. In comparison to when Ephraim got here. So if he's done something with them,
Oh, wow.
if he's done something with them, if they've been corrupt for that long, then maybe he figures into it, maybe he doesn't. I don't know what the connection is there. Or if maybe him showing up has changed or evolved a plan that they've had. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, if he's as smart as you guys say, maybe he's capitalized on an opportunity to even turn that group into something that he wants to do his goal.
All right.
Well,
We'll do what we can and we'll see what we can find.
all right. Well, this has been really shitty. But you're at least going to get to investigate some of the stuff that you want. I suppose, while you're working in the city. I feel like maybe we'll find some more information on the stuff that you were looking into, Baltaine.
All right.
We should reconvene in the morning, and once Oriana hopefully is brought here, we can and I'll figure out what we're looking into.
Okay.
I'll do my best to help you.
We will do our
Likewise,
best to
we'll
help
try.
you.
Yeah.
Likewise.
Well, I've got personal stake in this, so I'll do what I can.
I understand. And I don't mean to try and pry into your business or anything. It's just trying to better understand exactly who and what we're up against.
You're up against a very powerful mage.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thought that.
I think that's the important part right now.
So,
He's super powerful and super smart.
as intelligent as you think you are, he is far more so.
All right then.
I think he
That's
was
fair.
fooling us for a really long time. So, that's what you need to know. I don't have anything else. Anything I would give you about my personal struggle with him wouldn't help your investigation.
Okay.
That's fair.
It's completely fair.
Well,
Said it
we
happened
do know
4
he
years
likes
ago. So
to
that
frequent
wouldn't help you.
this particular bar, according to Cade. So maybe we spend some time downstairs tonight and keep eyes and ears open until Oriana is rejoined with us.
Yeah, you can try. He may shy away from this, given this was a pretty big entrance. But
And he would
it's a
probably
good idea
inform-
to see what you can find out.
I mean, we can't really do much right now. At least we can passively do something
Yeah.
while we wait.
Well, I was gonna say he probably is gonna be on his bit on his toes since it sounds like Cade need to tell everyone of their triumph with. So
Yeah.
might be
If
Yeah.
he's
highly
He's
likely
got to-
he knows.
It seems a bit counterintuitive to run a contract asking us to look into someone who is so closely related.
He
Well,
didn't
understand
write
the
Ephraim's
contract.
name.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but he
Instead
did
of
write down a
triumphant.
thing that is potentially connected to the guy, and it's going to be passing on a desk to which he has
Yeah.
access.
Well,
and the
yeah,
contract
so
is not enacted at this moment, so we're just simply people that made an odd entrance into the city for some business.
All of which I get. All I was saying is that's the part that seems a little like wonky.
he has
Well,
to put it by all three. The problem
Yeah,
is he
he's
has to
gonna-
put it
yeah.
by all three of them.
Oh no, I understand. I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. You get the
Well-
sense that with that contract running across the council, he'll probably be there. He'll see it,
Mhm.
and it may tip him off as to like
I mean, if he's,
be more
if
careful.
he's as smart as they're saying he is, it
But that doesn't mean he will
Definitely
stop
will.
doing what he's doing.
Or
But-
if he's
but-
as smart as he
He's as
thinks he
paranoid.
But you
if he's
you
as
get the sense
paranoid-
that again, if like the way that Cade is playing it out is
Mhm.
he either like stops what he's doing,
Mhm.
he goes into like further hiding, he leaves. Either way, he gets, or he continues and gets caught. He kind of gets
True.
what he
Yeah.
wants.
Yeah.
This is a win-win for
If
Cade.
he's
I mean,
if it's him that's the one that's like doing
Yeah.
it,
Right.
and he still has people looking into it, so someone like there is the potential to still find some evidence, but
Mhm.
his hope is that it puts a
leash, more or less.
a stopper on what's going on,
Yeah.
or puts haste into someone's like boots, and they think that they have to move faster than they are, and they slip up.
Yeah.
So like that was his hope.
Right.
So, but yeah, you get the sense that, yeah, given that this is going in front of the triumvirate, if any of them are corrupt, this is going to likely change their normal routine and their plans in some
Mhm.
way to
Yeah.
to try to avoid being caught.
And
Yep.
my thing is, if it hits the desk tonight, or even today
well,
already,
you got the sense that it was because that's where he was.
Yeah, he was
headed.
walking there.
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
literally
right there.
walking it over.
he's going to do something tonight to expedite processes along. So,
Well, yeah,
and that's where my head
you know
is.
that he was because he wants to get Oriana to you in the morning.
Yeah.
So, why? I mean, as far as Ephraim.
Oh, Ephraim, yeah.
So maybe he wants to do something on an expedited schedule because, well, crap, this document showed up.
Mhm.
So at that point, like Lex pushes kind of like off the wall and just says, I need to
Yeah.
not be here, and I'll talk in the morning. And she just heads out and like passes by Fulton. It's like, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, you guys are so different, but you really do kind of complement each other.
I'm trying to help her out. It's
She's
just
the
difficult.
negative to your positive.
I mean,
How have you all been doing?
I mean, up until
We're not dead.
Yeah, up until this morning, pretty good.
fought a dragon.
Wow.
Most of them die.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody actually totally died. It was
No.
fine.
No, we all got knocked out for a bit, except for
I mean,
Peregrine.
a few times.
Well,
Cinder has
that's
been
good,
yo-yo.
I guess.
Found the temple.
Oh,
Did the thing.
congratulations. I knew
Thank you.
you'd figure it out.
I almost feel like we should try and celebrate this if we can, because, I mean, of the lot of us, 2 of us have been through some sort of divine trial. 1 of us was successful.
All right.
You
Well,
successful in your own
I mean,
right.
there's a tavern.
I
Who
mean,
cares?
You did discover
learned.
something about yourself. I mean, that's not a failure. I mean,
oh no, I get it, but like there was a goal to be accomplished by doing the thing. I completely did not do that. I'm not saying I didn't get a net positive out of the experience, and I did not learn from it. However, 1 + 1 equals she did it. I didn't.
I mean, very little is black
Don't
and
do
white.
something
I
else,
mean,
but it's okay.
the point of those trials, yeah, I mean, I would say you succeeded.
Well, either way, you did I'm guessing a damn rare thing.
Then Fulton holds out his hand to you, Peri, and he goes, "Then can I buy you a drink?"
Sure.
Sir, you
I
can
would
buy
take
us
his
all a
hands.
drink.
I take his hand.
I'm gonna hold Quinn's hand back. I don't think that's what he meant.
Quinn's gonna be like, "You get your damn hammer off me," and like just pull away.
And
like,
yeah,
"I don't-
he's
I
just
don't
walking
care."
with Peri. He didn't seem to be bothered or anything like that by it, and he just leads you downstairs and grabs a drink with you.
Yeah.
And gives you like congratulations on your endeavors. And as you all, he will buy, like, if you go down and are like, yeah, buy me a drink too, he'll be like, sure, whatever.
It's Fulton.
But you all manage to get downstairs, enjoy yourselves for a little bit, keep an eye out for anything strange. But for that evening, seems like things are just normal. You don't see anything fairly strange or anything that like makes your hackles rise in any way. Fulton stays for a bit before he sort of bids you good night and says that he'll be back in the morning with Lex. And says he has to kind of go find her and make sure that she's not doing anything stupid. So he leaves, and eventually the night wears on, and you all find yourselves back in your rooms to head to sleep. Peregrine, as you're sort of getting ready for an evening's rest, as you kind of get into your room by yourself, since Oriana is not there for this evening, you notice on the desk across from the bed a strange sort of greenish brown book sitting on the desk.
Okay. All right. I will go pick up the book.
As you pick up the book and open the first page, you see just scribbled in the margins a note that says, "Sorry, I forgot to give this to you when you were at the temple. Consider it a gift. My mind was other places. This will help you in your journey." And it's just signed C.
Oh, Okay. I will spend some time flipping through that.
It seems like they're like just flipping through it.
Mm-hmm.
Pages are empty.
Oh, okay. All right.
But if you take some time to study it, you will find that it is the Book of Beginnings.
Ooh.
Okay.
And
That
you should
sounds
be able to
neat.
find that in D&D Beyond.
Okay. I'll look at that.
Ooh.
Neat. Okay.
And with that, as you all go to rest for the evening, that is where we'll end tonight's episode.
Awesome.
Everyone safe and sound.
Everything's great. No, there are no problems.
Everyone how they should be.
I mean, is there problems? We
There's
don't
always
know.
problems.
Okay. Rude.
Okay.
I'll leave.
I have to decide what I'm gonna do.
But yeah, thank you everyone for sticking with us. It was definitely not as long a session. We still went a little bit over, but wanted to find a good stopping point. But hope you enjoyed. Remember, if you enjoyed the session, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Night.
Bye.